Okay, it looks like we have the video working, so let's give maybe a minute for everybody to get back to their seats, and then we'll get started.
Sounds good. Thanks, Wendy.
Right, Mr. Elmore, I believe the licensing committee is up first, or are you prepared to get started?
Well, I'm going to try to be prepared. I
All
think I am somewhat. I got a crash course a while ago on procedural matters, but we have 4 or 5 items here, and some of them are repeats from prior meetings. The first one actually is it's a discussion about we'd previously been asked, if you remember, I guess that was last meeting, to approve Chartered Professional Accountants of Canada (CPE). I think we turned it down, but there's been something like a 48-page submission here of information to clarify the reason that the request was submitted, and it's a very detailed set of documents inside. But just to kind of summarize it, I think the proposer is saying that his justification for asking us again to reconsider is that this course really is very relative to his line of work. He practices in international tax, for example, and that anything related to any foreign entities' taxation rules would be very relative to his work. And so if you, I don't know if anybody's read the full 48 pages or not, but it's a very detailed analysis involved. Also, Wendy has provided for us kind of a survey of other surrounding states, and at least of the 11 that she polled, 9 of them would at least consider it, or would at least likely recommend it. So, anything to that?
Well, I would like to add that Mr. Singh is on the phone with us in case you all have any questions for him as you discuss this. But and maybe he can affirm this as well. But it's my understanding that California accepted the CPE. Is that correct?
That is right, Wendy. So California does accept it. And also, just to add to that, I have some other colleagues here or who were part of this CPA in-depth course, and who were also, some of them were licensed in various U.S. states. So it seems like, a lot of states do accept these courses.
Okay, and I think in the documents I've provided for the committee, we did indicate a few states, just of the ones I polled, that would accept it. So I think that's all I have. If there's any further discussion.
Just to add to, my reasoning behind this is, part of this course, and actually a big part of this is on tax research. Which is, I guess, very relevant to our profession, especially in the space of international tax that I work in. So I think it's, based on all that, I think it's very relevant for my continuing professional growth and development.
On the committee, have any further comments or questions about this topic?
I have a couple of questions. Mr. Singh, where is your work location?
I am presently in Calgary, Alberta.
You are in Canada?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And your work is there in Canada. Now, why are you wanting to do a Tennessee licensing?
Well, for a couple of reasons. So I used to practice in the U.S. before I moved to Canada. So one is I work in the international tax space, like I said, and I work with the big four accounting firm. So we have clients all over the world, especially in the U.S. So it's very important for me to kind of continue having my U.S. designation in my area of practice and in my career-wise. And secondly, under the U.S.-Canada reciprocity rules, I am eligible to also get my Canadian designation. For that, I need to take an exam. And the Canada board does recognize Tennessee's license as a license that they would provide, under which I can take the reciprocity exam.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Singh, I have one question. In your reapplication, it's my understanding from reading this summary that you were required to submit 80 hours of technical CPE. How many hours was this specific course?
This was 130 hours, sir.
Other questions, comments?
It seems to me this is a matter of policy, not just a certain situation. Can somebody review us about what considerations we looked at when we deliberated about this before?
Our rules provide for certain sponsors of continuing education. So if you're a sponsor of continuing education and you are registered with NASBA, then you are acceptable to this board. If you are an exempt sponsor, somebody like the AICPA or TSCPA or universities, those folks also are acceptable continuing education. CPA Canada does not fall under any of our specific rules to be qualified. They are not registered with NASBA, and they are not currently considered an exempt sponsor. They are similar to the AICPA, but it's, to my knowledge, has not been considered by this board to either consider them an exempt sponsor or accept, a specific CPE event that they have provided.
Can people petition to have CPE count from a non-sponsor organization?
Yes, which is what we're doing now.
Okay, I mean, it seems to me this should, in my opinion, the fact that it's in Canada is not so much the issue as much as it's non-sponsor. It seems to me we should be going through the same considerations as we do for other non-sponsor organizations. But are those the criteria we would look at?
Right. Typically, my initial request was for the board to consider CPA Canada and add them to the exempt sponsor list, or consider adding them as an exempt sponsor. So then we would treat them the same way as the AICPA. The board decided not to do that at the last meeting, and so we are representing this, and you could take one of two approaches. You could accept CPA Canada as an exempt sponsor and allow anything they provide to count in the future and for Mr. Singh, or you could decide that this particular course that Mr. Singh is petitioning this board for, go ahead and count that, or of course not if you choose not to. I think those are the routes that you could take today.
One more question. Have we approved international credit before?
On a case-by-case basis.
Follow up, Mr. Singh, to a question I asked earlier. So you had to submit 80 hours to get reactivated. So your submission for application or reapplication is all based on this one course, is that right? So you said it was 130 hours, so you had to have 80, and this is 130. So is this the only course that you're using to resubmit?
No, sir. I also have some other courses which I have taken through my employer, which is PricewaterhouseCoopers. Also, I have an ethics course for CPAs, which I took through a sponsor, which is approved by Tennessee board. And there are also other, like I said, there's another course on risk management, which was again through my employer, which is PwC, and I think that's an exempt sponsor.
Well, just in general, my thoughts would be, I think the fact that Mr. Singh is saying or stressing the fact that this is a research course, it's not necessarily specific to Canada research, but just research in general does benefit anyone in the tax area. And like Ms. Church was saying, I think each case has to be considered on its own merits in a case like this. So consider it. I don't know how anybody else feels on the committee. What do other committee members feel?
That's my opinion too, that I would not be ready to approve this organization as a sponsoring organization because I do think it needs to be CPE that's relevant to doing CPA work in Tennessee. But I think that, in my opinion, this would qualify.
Yeah, and in this case, it is relative to what he's doing. So
And could carry over to other tax work.
so
I make a motion that we accept or that we approve this particular course.
we're making a motion for the board to approve it tomorrow, right?
Like it would be a recommendation to the
Yeah.
board to approve, correct?
That recommendation require a second? Okay.
A second.
Favor aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Was I supposed to do?
Oh, no, you do that. You're good. You're good.
I don't want to overstep my bounds.
Okay, let me just quickly explain to Mr. Singh. The committee has recommended approval of this to the full board, and the full board will meet tomorrow and make the final decision. However, all of them are present in the room today, so they've all heard this conversation.
Thank you so much. I'd like to thank the board and Wendy, thank you so much, and also Karen for, allowing me to present my case and, listening to my thoughts here.
Great. We will be in touch with you on Monday.
Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to disconnect now.
Thank you.
The second item is item number 4 in your library there. Similar situation. This is a request for us to approve the special enrollment exam for IRS enrolled agents. This course is 17 and a half hours per part, and there's 3 parts. Is that right, Wendy? So it's a significant course that would give a lot of credit. And what's the background on why this has not been, has this been turned down in the past, or is this the first time it's been requested to be?
No, we accept or this board accepts exams, and we have a list of exams, and this one just doesn't happen to be on it. I cannot find anything. I don't know for sure, but I can't find anything where this has been considered before. I'm not sure if it's because, most CPAs maybe don't go on to get this designation or didn't think about it at the time. I'm not sure, but I don't have any information that this has been considered before.
Yes, but if you look at your file here, CPE credit may be allowed for completion of the CISA exam, the CMA exam, as well as other similar exams approved by the board. So I guess the key there is where it says approved by the board. So that's what we're asking here.
Correct.
Question I would have is, to get in EA credit when you renew, it has to be an IRS approved course. The NASBA has nothing to do with it. The NASBA course provider is not approved. It has to have the IRS seal of approval. And that may have some bearing on why it has not been approved for us, and point that out.
However, I don't have the list in front of me, but we've included the Series 66 exams, a variety of different types of exams that wouldn't necessarily go through NASBA.
I don't necessarily have a problem. I'm
Right.
pointing out though that,
But
that
maybe
even under their own, the EA program,
Mhm.
if I have a NASBA approved provider, which we go through, that has nothing to do with them. The IRS has to approve the providers on a separate list and have their seal of approval for them, for the EAs to even get credit for the
for their
course,
continuing
for
education.
their continuing education.
Request being made by an individual, or is this just a general request being proposed?
This is a request being made by an individual. I believe his email follows that cover page.
And
Larry, I'm not a
Wendy,
member of
and
the committee, but it seems to me that this, I mean, the overriding principle here seems to me that it needs to be a program of learning which contributes directly to the professional competence and licensee. And it seems to me we ought to go ahead and approve this exam just like we have the Series 62 or whatever the number is. But to me, to me, it's got to be on a par with the Certified Information Systems Auditor exam and some of the other board member offer that as a comment. But
If we approve this, would it be a change in the rules? I mean, would it be specifically mentioned in the?
No, we have a list in the office so that if anybody calls and wants to know, we provide them with the list of exams that are acceptable. And I will add, I failed to mention that Kevin is on the phone and he has a conflict with this particular agenda item, so he will not be voting. He's not on this committee, and we'll restate that again tomorrow, but he has a conflict.
that's right, Wendy. The nature of the conflict, just so that others know, is that the requester for this approval used to work with my firm and on certain audit engagements that I had supervised, and so I thought it was appropriate to abstain from discussion or voting tomorrow if and when it should come to the full board for its decision.
Thanks, Kevin.
I'd make a motion to recommend to the board approval of the special enrollment exam or the C exam as an approved CPA credit course exam. You can clean that up however you need to, but that's my motion.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Moving on, we have a reinstatement application for Mr. Edwin Osborne. It's my understanding that we're not being asked to approve the reinstatement. We're being asked only to approve his application as being complete. So, anything to that? Is that first of all, is that true? We're just approving the.
True. So Mr. Osborne's CPA and firm license are in a revoked status from 2012, 13. It was originally heard by this board and then reconsidered on remand. He is eligible to request reinstatement of those revoked licenses. So we requested that he complete the appropriate applications. He has submitted the appropriate number of hours to comply with the amended final order. He has also paid the civil penalty from his amended final order. I did not include the amended final order in your original documents, but it is on your iPad if you would like to reference it. But what we are asking today is for you to approve the applications for consideration at the January board meeting. And if you would like him present to answer questions, if you'll please include that in your motion.
He completed all the things that we asked him to do from the last one. I mean, is that?
Yes.
Okay.
has legal counsel verified that? I mean, so you're comfortable with that he has met the requirements of the final order as amended?
Yes, sir.
Wendy, did you get a chance to check on the record of this for
Oh,
me?
yes. I'm sorry, Gabe. I could not find any record that you abstained from that hearing in 2013. I have the transcript from that, the very beginning, in which you are present on the video and you state your name as the present and able to participate.
So when you say we are just approving, we are just saying that his application is complete, do we not need to know anything about what he has stated about the board, the action the board has taken? Because he has some pretty strong language in here about the board.
It help if I read the statements of fact from his amended final order?
You certainly can. The way the rule is laid out is that the application is submitted at one meeting and it's approved, and then not approved as in the application is complete, and at the very next meeting is when the board actually reviews it. If you want to review it now.
So we, at this point, we don't need, I mean, it was strong. We don't need to talk about that. We just need to say it's complete.
This was a very, very long process at this
I
point.
can see that.
So,
Further discussion on this matter or recommendation from the committee?
But would the committee like me to read the statements of fact from the amended final order?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, these are the amended findings of fact in the amended final order. Respondent Edward Osborne holds a CPA license number 11166, which expired on December 31st of 2008. Respondent Edward Osborne holds a Tennessee CPA firm permit number 3184, which expired on December 31st, 2007. Respondent Edward Osborne was required to provide proof to the Board of Enrollment in a peer review program no later than October 30th, 2006. Respondent Edward Osborne provided the board with proof of enrollment in an approved program on or about May 14th of 2007. In so doing, Respondent Edward Osborne CPA failed to provide the board with proof of enrollment in an approved peer review program in a timely manner. On or about August 1st of 2008, the respondent performed an audit for the year 2007 for Stepping Out Incorporated, a company located in Morristown, Tennessee. The respondent did not possess a valid Tennessee CPA license and did not possess a valid Tennessee CPA firm permit at the time this audit was issued. On or about October 30th, 2010, the respondent issued an independent auditor's report to the Board of Directors of the Morristown Emergency and Rescue Squad without a valid Tennessee CPA license or CPA firm permit. To date, the respondent has continued to practice accountancy in the state of Tennessee without a valid Tennessee CPA license and without a valid Tennessee CPA firm permit.
Was Mr. Osborne aware that he was out of compliance? I'm assuming he would have gotten notices all those years. Well,
Here's how I take this: is the amended final order that they've already walked through all those facts and circumstances, and that has been proven. That is that accurate?
Well, the only way we could turn down this application today and to not approve his request for reinstatement, I said that wrong, not approve his application being submitted is that it would not be complete. We have a choice to do one of two things: either say it's not complete or we approve it. Not approve it as being reinstated, but the application itself.
Do they have an option not to take this any further?
That's my question.
No.
Thank you, Wendy.
If the application is complete, it's complete, and then the board will review it at the January meeting and vote for approval or disapproval.
So there is nothing anyone can do that is so egregious that they couldn't reapply.
Correct. Unless we, drafted that language in the consent order and someone agreed to never reapply. And then they could still try.
We would have to determine it was either complete application or not, even if it
Right.
weren't.
So if it was an incomplete application, then it wouldn't go forward to the January meeting. But if it was a complete application, it would go forward to the January meeting. We'll review every and all details of previous disciplinary action, the lawsuit involved, the contents of the application, all those sorts of things in January.
So all we're deciding today is the application for readmittance for a reinstatement for his firm and individual licenses, are they complete or incomplete? Which y'all are comfortable that they are complete?
Yes, sir.
It seems odd, I know, but it's the way it's written in the rules. So we're attempting to follow the procedure and the rules.
Regardless of our opinions on the case, that's our decision. Is it complete or not? I would make a motion to recommend the board that we consider these two reinstatement applications to be complete.
Consideration at the January meeting.
Yes, for consideration at January meeting.
So two, you mean the individual
The
and
firm and the individual reinstatement applications.
Like Mr. Osborne to appear in January for questioning?
Yes.
Second.
Motion and second. All those in favor, aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay. The next two items actually deal with similar issues. The first, the PES request to approve the revised state-specific ethics course. This is simply a revision or an update to a course that's already been in place and being used.
Correct. So we have roughly 20 courses approved. This is one of them. They submitted a revision. I made a few comments in there of some suggested changes, but otherwise I would recommend approving the revision.
Had a chance to look at it. Wendy made some very good comments in red throughout the document.
Wendy, do you not have on these, as we're doing them, a time limit on the approval for them?
Actually, thank you. The last one that you approved as a revision, you did give a 1-year expiration date on. And that would force them to resubmit for approval.
I'd make a motion that we give a 1-year approval for this course, provided the changes or suggested changes are made to be consistent with our laws and rules.
Second.
Second, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Last item, TSCPA state-specific ethics course. You don't have you don't have anything on your iPad about this. I'm going to let Wendy talk about this specific.
Okay. You should have all received previously a demo that TSCPA has put together of their new ethics course. Previous discussions with this board revolving state-specific ethics are some concerns that this board has had about the number of courses that are approved, some of the inaccuracies in those documents, and maybe some concern over our ability to oversight those courses, and is the right content being heard by the licensees and therefore protecting the public. So I believe it's been 2 years ago this month that the board put a halt on approving any new courses while we continued to discuss any different direction this board may want to take with regards to state-specific ethics. I believe TSCPA has made some comments in the past about redesigning their course along with staff here to make sure it's the best that it can be and is providing the right information. So if there are any discussions around how you all would like to proceed, I think this might be the time to discuss, potentially hear from Brad, who's here, if you have any questions for him.
We've been auditing the existing courses that are out there. At one point, I thought we had talked about the fact that we were going to start reviewing these courses over a period of time to make sure they're still, we got 20 courses that are approved. Are we looking at the content and trying to weed through those to figure out?
Have not. I believe some sort of audit was done before I got here, but it wasn't very content related. It was wasn't as detailed as I've been doing, I think, with some of these. And we have, since I have been here in the past year, have not done anything. So it certainly is an option as we move forward, if that's how.
I would definitely suggest that staff at least review the content of what's already out there to ensure that it's still compliant or is still relevant to what's going on in our environment. I mean, I see this one company's out of California, it's kind of, well, there's nothing wrong with that as long as you've reviewed it, you've looked at it and made recommendations. But these other courses that we have out there, we have no idea if they're still relevant to what we're doing. And
was this company in California most likely doing one for every state? Is that?
I would say any state that requires state specific, they're probably trying to get in that arena if they can. They are an education company and they are approved by NASBA, so that is their business.
Send them approval letters from the board. Are there terms and conditions with that, or is it just, hey, congratulations, you're now authorized to do an ethics course for Tennessee?
I believe that's how, we have not approved any since I've been here, but I believe that's how it was done in the past.
A lot of the comments you've got in this one, which I think are really good, relate to changes that have been made in the last 18 months. And so if we have now looked at 2, or this is the second of the 20, the other 18 probably have it incorrect. So 2 questions. One would be, it may be worthwhile putting together some type of continuing obligation on behalf of the people we continue to re-up, saying it's your responsibility to stay up to date with our rules. And to the extent we find out that you aren't, we have the right to withdraw the approval. And the second is considering putting some type of notice or time limit on the other 18, saying that it's been however many years since you submitted it, you've got a year to get to us, and if you don't, then we're going to withdraw our approval automatically or something, because I agree.
I feel like we had that conversation in the recent past about putting a time limit on these. I mean, I know we're just 1 year, but I didn't know about the ones that were placed. Didn't we put some sort of?
Well, I think we put a moratorium on approving new ones. I think my point is that if we've got 18 that have open-ended approvals and they have wrong information, it seems to me like it's reasonable to say you get it up to date, and if you don't, then you no longer have approval.
I agree. I mean, I think you make a good point that it's not really our responsibility to go in and edit and make all the changes. I mean, the more you bring that up, it brings a great point. So, I mean,
one thing
I would almost consider, retracting my motion and saying that based on what they submitted is not an accurate course. I mean, they're going to pay us to be their editor and keep us up to date. I mean, that's not what we do. We just say, yes, it's good, or no, it's not.
I believe the TSCPA in the email I received from Brad actually had an alternative to all of these 20 some odd platforms. We would basically make their course the only course that's approved, and the rate for that course would be significantly decreased because it would be taken by so many people, but that would be the only one we would have to oversee at that point. And I mean, to me, that makes an awful lot of sense.
I think that has a lot of merit to it that we ought to discuss at least, because these are our rules that these folks are interpreting and putting out there as official.
I completely agree that that's the best course of action. I feel like we've had these conversations multiple times. I think if the TSCPA puts out a superior product that's online, that's inexpensive, I've got to believe that's where the profession will choose to go to get this training. I think where we have to caution ourselves, which I'm all for having one course, but I know we have some professors in the state who teach valid courses that it's a way of, it's a course that they teach and they get paid to teach. And I just think we got to be real careful by giving the one only stamp. Now, I agree it's a much better product. I haven't been through some of these other courses, though, so it's hard for me to pass judgment on a professor at the University of Tennessee who's going around the state teaching an ethics course who has been previously approved from here. So
I agree with you, Trey. I think that it's totally fine to rely on the market forces to get the superior product to be the generally accepted product. But I do think that making sure that the other 18 aren't misleading our professionals and teaching them the wrong stuff as well.
Berkeley, is there any problem with, Wendy, with if those professors used the course and charged for the course? I mean, we're doing an online course. If they want a live presentation, there's obviously a cost for that.
So what you mean is if TSCPA created the content online and maybe to be delivered in person, and they would go to them to get the content.
Exactly. So we've approved one set of rules, one course that says, hey, this is what we believe ought to be taught. We're monitoring one course. And if somebody chooses to teach that course, then they're going to use that outline. And I assume there would be no prohibition to them having some charge from the Tennessee Society for using that.
Any thoughts on that, Ben?
No, I mean, sorry.
Do you want me to restate?
Yeah, because
okay. Okay. So the where we've gotten in the conversation is the idea that one course would be easier for us to control, make sure the licensees are hearing the right thing. However, we recognize there are professors, et cetera, out there that may want to deliver this course. So if TSCPA were to create an online version and let's say a version to be delivered live, and anyone could go to them to purchase that content, is that something that creates problems?
I don't think it creates problems so much as, again, I worry about us granting exclusivity from this board's perspective. It's not that I don't want the TSCPA to be the dominant program. I just think we got to be very, very careful when we say we're exclusively rolling this out for someone, or this is the content that you have to teach. I mean, who's going to want to do that when they got to go pay TSCPA or whoever to do? It's just going to add to the cost. Obviously, it's going to be more expensive than what they're offering online. My point is, if they're charging $25 or $50 for this course, and it's online, it's efficient, it's easy, they can sit at their desk and do it, I don't know who's not going to choose that program. You know, maybe they get a professor because he's always done it, and they're already having CPE, and it's another 2 hours in the course that they're doing it. They just do as a part of it. I worry about us getting into exclusivity. Now, these other 18, are they compliant or not? I mean, we need to be making these folks aware your content is it's no longer valid, or it's no longer up to date, and therefore we're revoking it. If you want to revise it and resubmit, that's fine. But we also have the right to reject anyone who we don't think is providing the correct content. So I'm sorry, my voice is failing, but.
And this is Kevin Monroe. I think I would share your views. The other thing I would point out with respect to exclusivity, I think at least two of the big four firms in Nashville routinely have what they would call their own CPE day, if you will, for clients or other interested parties. And typically they have brought in a professor to, teach that segment of Tennessee-specific ethics. And that professor, has been authorized to do so appropriately. And that is what those big four firms use to kind of anchor, in many cases, their entire CPE day, although they have other offerings during the course of those days. And so I am concerned a little bit about exclusivity, but also disrupting, the prior practices of the existing providers. I do, however, have to say I'm sympathetic to the notion of the burden on either the Board of Accountancy and its staff, or for that matter, the practitioners that are authoring these courses, who may not be updating them. And I think there's room in the policy area to compel at least a periodic checkpoint, so that the content that they are providing is in fact at least current with respect to our rules. And it sounds like we have at least 2 instances where that may not be the case, and so that's of concern too.
I want to just make some comments here because this debate's been going on a long time, along a lot of background maybe that some of the newer board members have not heard. But the thing that I think we need to be careful about is the state board, and I think this was before I was involved as a member of this board, apparently decided that it was important to have ethics just related to Tennessee. And to my knowledge, this is the only specific requirement that's linked just to Tennessee. And so I think that we need to, because the board has made that decision, we need to control the message that's there, the content that's there, and make sure it's the right message that's getting out to our licensees. And I don't think this is a major economic issue with TSCPA. I don't think we're trying to exclude anybody or disrupt the marketplace. But I think we got a responsibility as a board to control what's communicated out there, and I think it's going to be harder for us to do that the more people that are involved. I would also like to say I've been in probably 4 or 5 specific programs just for Tennessee ethics, and I would tell you that 2 of those were done by one of our former executive directors of the state board, and another one was done by a former board member who does a lot of presentations using, I think, the content that it was similar content and a similar way it was delivered, the message, the communication. I've also been in a seminar where it was done by a college professor, and I would tell you when we got through that one, I would tell you it had very little to do about Tennessee. And the message that was seen to me needs to be communicated. It was more of a lecture that a professor would give in school. I think that there was certainly ethics involved, but I just don't think it had the right message out there. So I would very much like to see us move in the direction of having one course that we can monitor, that can be updated as the rules change, as we see other avenues to improve the delivery or the message in the course, that we control that. If we're going to make this a state-specific course. So I don't think it's trying to exclude anybody as much as it is do what the board decided to do, and that was make our licensees aware of what the Tennessee ethics requirements are. I guess I would just add to that, I did review the demo that came out. I think it is excellent. I did provide some comments back of some things that I think could be added and a minor thing or two that could be changed. But, I think if every licensee is having to complete that course, they're all getting the same message. Hopefully it'll be the message this board wants them to get, and they have to pass the exam to renew their license. And it just seems to me that's a good process. But I probably said too much, Larry. I'm not on your committee and all.
Well, that's fine. In fact, I have a question on something you said, and I guess I'm learning something I didn't know today. But did you say Tennessee is the only state who has state-specific ethics?
No, I said this is the only course, to my knowledge, that has to be state-specific.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I agree with what Casey is saying. I think it would be a burden, or is a burden to the board staff to try to keep up with 20 courses. And if we're not trying to keep up with 20 courses, then we probably should be. So I think they're trying to streamline, either get it down to 1 or 2 that we want to allow to do it, or go with 1.
Could the online course be in written format as well, so that if a firm wanted to have ethics CPE, they could use the material but still have a live presenter? Would that work, or is that getting away from the standardization?
That's probably a question just for the other board members and possibly for Brad. I know that generally when you create a course, you can create it in different delivery methods.
I like the idea of one course. I think, for one thing, it's costly to have to review all the other courses, and it's risky because I would think there'd be a good chance of not catching something because there's so much detail. That could keep somebody busy a long time. So I like the idea of one course, but if this is a strong consideration that some firms or some individuals present these things live, if somebody prefers live, I would think it could just be put into written format as well.
I agree with that. I think that, that could answer the question of having groups where you have interaction and discussion and, a big firm that wants to bring in their own presentation of this, if it could be done so that there's a delivery method to accommodate, those firms. But there's also a ton of small practitioners, individual practitioners that would prefer to just be able to go online and do this thing. And I agree.
So if we wanted to do this, and I don't want to at all be presumptive that everybody here agrees with what's being said, but if we did, I mean, there would have to be like a phase in or a phase out, or like a 2-year period where we would say we'll accept these courses for 1 more year, and then after that, no more except the one. I mean, let's just talk 5 minutes about how that would happen.
I think that's why we put the 1-year limits on the courses we did, so we didn't push it out too far. So it gave us the option to do exactly this.
The ones that don't, maybe the ones that do not have the term limit, we could go ahead and just put them on notice. I mean, it sounds like, based on what I've heard, that, I mean, we may have 18 or so that could be completely out of date. And if that were the case, is there a way to revoke them once we've reviewed them? I mean, what's that process look like?
I mean, I'm hoping Ben will stop me if he thinks what I'm saying is not accurate, but I could call in each one of their products and go through reviewing them and make recommendations as to whether they meet our requirements or not. And then you could make a decision, yes or no, on those that meet the requirements or don't.
And some of those may have been approved 5 years ago.
Right, and some of
We have no
them,
idea.
like I believe Dennis Dykes had an approved course, but he's not out there delivering it. So some of them may be initially approved, but aren't actually out there delivering right now.
Could we not, I mean, do we really have to review them and see that they're in compliance, or can we just give them notice? We're changing the program.
Again, I'm just talking. You're going to interrupt me, but I'm thinking that if you decided to go down the road of approving one course for all of the reasons you all have stated, that you would want to do it something in the future, at least a year out, and then we would notify the current approved folks that effective January 1 of 18, we are going to a single source program.
Could this committee make a recommendation today for this could be implemented if we wanted to do so, or would we have to say we're going to?
I think the committee can make a recommendation that the board request all state-specific sponsors of CPE submit their materials for review at the January meeting. Ask all 20 of those folks to send the materials in. The staff can review it, legal can review it, and then we can make a presentation to the full board in January to see which courses make the cut.
How are we reviewing them? We're talking about
I'm not
eliminating.
suggesting that we review them.
Yeah.
I'm just suggesting that if we wanted to, because if we review them and they all look great, then that kind of kills our plan to get down to one.
You could, the board could approve to have one exclusive sponsor of state-specific ethics if they wanted to. You could phase it out over a year or 2 years, or you could cut it off immediately. I mean, it's really whatever the board wants to do, we can make it happen.
So my question on that is the language in the rule that I know open-ended, we can approve it, we have the discretion to approve it, but does that read also to mean we can disapprove whenever we want to for any reason? I mean, I think that's the question, because if not, or if it's a concern, then the concern would be that somebody asserts a contract or property interest in this approval and they try to litigate it. So then we need some reasonable basis to pull it, which would be why we would do the review.
What I meant, right there.
There are a couple areas in the rules which I believe would give the board discretion to disapprove a particular ethics provider. One, the board could disapprove credit for the particular course. So although the course might be approved as a sponsor, that the credit wouldn't be applicable to a licensee. Which kind of a backdoor way of going about it. And then another rule says approval of any continuing education program may be withdrawn by the board if the sponsor of such program fails to comply with these provisions. And those are the provisions laid out in the rules. And so we could review the course, see if it doesn't comply with the provisions, and then we could withdraw the approval.
Okay, so we do need to go through that process. There's not a way to bypass having to review them. We can't just revoke them, the approval.
We can't just say we want to allow one provider and then automatically disqualify everybody that's not that.
I believe that we could. One thing that I would recommend, if we are going to go to a solo provider, is we enter into some sort of no-cost contract with them, so that they couldn't just all of a sudden decide they're not going to offer it one day. So we've got to, for 5 years, we know that this particular provider is going to be offering the CPE. But I mean, from my conversations with Wendy and also with legal management, we don't see a reason why you couldn't just have one exclusive provider and approve that and withdraw the approval of everybody else.
Some of these providers have unlimited approval. Is that right, time-wise?
To my knowledge, there was when these providers were approved, there were no stipulations put in place as to.
I can tell you, I've been on the board for a while, and I don't remember passing or approving many of these. I mean,
they've just been on the approved provider list because at the time that course, but the last one you tore apart was, I mean, that was one of the major providers and theirs was nowhere near accurate. So, I don't have a problem with personally, sending notice to them that, at the end of X amount of time, at the end of 2016, 17 or whatever, that we have one provider. And I think the marketplace, as you mentioned, will take care of it in the interim anyway, because why somebody will spend, as long as we've got an opportunity, and Brad, you'll have to speak to this, if you think there's an opportunity for allowing that course to be made to where the Dr. Stedmans of the world can do it. And I don't. Right.
So my understanding is Virginia has their board went to a sole option. The society, they work with the society and they approve that course, I believe, once a year. They go through approval process. The society creates the content, and anyone who wants to deliver that may contact the society to get the content. So it is, maybe a different presenter. They don't specifically approve the presenters, but they do approve the content.
And what you're really doing then is approving a specific course, not just the provider. I mean, it may be developed jointly with TSCPA, but it's really our course. I mean,
this is our course. I don't know that it's our course.
Well, I think it is if we are involved in developing it and reviewing it and approving it. Yeah, I'm saying it's the course we have approved, reviewed and approved, and the content. But if it can be others to deliver that specific message out there, then it seems to me it's not. I mean, it is our course.
Is in the event that we do go that route, is there any way that would it be inappropriate for our entity to receive a portion of the fee to compensate for us helping develop the program and that sort of thing, like for each applicant? If it's 25, if the charge is 25, maybe $5 goes in as revenue to the Board of Accountancy.
I think if we get involved in money,
Okay.
it changes the whole
Well, you
landscape.
I will say currently, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, our board staff will go out and present for free state-specific ethics if it's over, what did we raise that up to?
20 attendees.
20 attendees. And so we were running into issues before where we were going out and doing very limited number of individuals, and our travel expenses were getting very large because of that. And we've been pushing for this online product for a long time. So I think that the concept is wonderful. I think that's perfect. Now, my question would be, what does this do to us teaching the course, or what's our limitations going to be? Do we keep the 20-person limitation, still teach this course? What's this board's view going to be on what we're currently doing in light of going to this one provider? Does that change anything? Do we keep doing what we're doing? Just teach this course? That's my question.
Personally, as someone that uses the board, we'll have Don coming up we have 100 participants each year in ours, and he has come up typically, and unless he wants to throw it off on Wendy. She showed up pretty well the other night at the chapter meeting, by the way. Mr. Floyd was her chauffeur, and we had probably one of the better chapter meetings we've ever had, with the general population getting to know the interactions between the board and the society and the membership. And I would encourage that to happen more often. And that's where I think having a live presenter that's from the board, when appropriate, size-wise, does nothing but positive communication with our board and opens channels of communication if you've got questions. We want to be seen as a help to our members, and I think the more we can be out there for them, I think we're the winners in that as a board, personally.
I did the demo, and I really liked the way it was done, and that the questions were answered in different formats and all, but I still value a live facilitator at times. I think in a firm our size, great to have a person there, and it also for all the staff to attend. I think it emphasizes the importance of following ethics. Whereas if I say, okay, everybody go to your computers and do this real quick, I don't know that that's as effective. It has its place, but I would like for the Tennessee Society to have an outline or a PowerPoint presentation that possibly in lieu of doing the online thing, there is a quality presentation that is up to date and can be used for those situations where you want to have a live class coursework. I thought it was well done.
Yeah, I really don't see where, as long as, since we as a board provide that when there are over 20 attendees, I don't see any reason that would need to change, as long as the TSCPA group would allow that without any fees to be their outline, their material to be taught. And I guess the only thing that I would say with regard to professors or other individuals that want to teach that course is that would kind of be between them and the TSCPA as to how much it costs them to get that material, because they would most likely, they're doing it for profit. They're going to be charging students. So or not students, but potential clients. And in that case, you know, I think if there's money changing hands there, there needs to be some kind of guideline or something. I don't know. I mean, but if it's not for profit, if it's just like Don going out and doing a seminar or you know, I don't know why that would need to change. And I can certainly see the benefit of a live presentation, and we would have to have that as an option.
So do we, as the licensing committee, want to make a recommendation for the board to consider tomorrow?
Larry, I mean, this is a good discussion. I mean, everybody's got good input here, and I'm wondering, do we need to bring it to the recommendation stage in this meeting today or tomorrow? Because the course that we all looked at, or you had an opportunity to look at, was still in draft form. I believe there's still going to be maybe some good feedback coming back, and the people looked at it, and there may be some changes. But I also wonder if maybe if the staff couldn't take the comments that come out today, which one of the major ones is what do you do with group presentations? Is there an alternative to doing this thing online? And what are the issues and complications with doing that? Let them come back to us next meeting with some, maybe we'll have a final TSCPA course at that time, and we could talk about alternatives for delivering to groups and things like that. Maybe have some better ideas of what our options are, and also the issue of the people who've got courses out there right now. Do you just send them a notification that the board is now taking a different direction on this, and we have a course that we've meticulously been involved in and we are comfortable with, and that's the one we're going to approve for credit, or just
Or do we send out a consideration to these 18 other individuals and say, the board has had discussions related to going to a one provider system. At this point, all courses will expire
Into 17
or whatever it is, and allow for some commentary period, at least for some of them to at least have the opportunity to comment on what we're considering.
I think that's a good idea. I think we should ask the staff to look into all these questions that we've discussed today. Give everybody time to think about it some more and have it on the agenda for the January meeting to discuss again.
I would like to see that letter go out there to these 18 prior to that meeting, so that if we're going to have a meaningful discussion about it in January, that people have had whatever opportunity they want to comment on what our strategy may be going forward.
Basically, the letter would indicate that this board's desire is to move towards one product due to some inconsistencies or whatever.
It's something along those lines.
Looking at and asking for feedback, or telling them that their course is going to expire.
I think at this point, we probably need to make the suggestion that all courses expire at the end of 17, regardless of who they are.
Everyone would have to, we're either going to approve multiple courses again, or we'll end up approving one course.
Right, but I think it's important to solicit some feedback. That's my own opinion. I worry more from a perspective of people that have been compliant and doing the things we've asked of them, just being shut out overnight. And I think they need the opportunity to be heard, because these are practitioners in our own state in some cases. So I would like to hear from them before I blanket said, hey, you're out of business as it regards to this particular issue.
So I make the recommendation that the board vote tomorrow on sending out notices to the current sponsored education participants, and that we would notify them that we are very seriously considering moving toward a one provider approval process for the Tennessee Ethics course. And maybe we even give them an opportunity to appear in January if they want to, present their desire or any complications they see with that from their perspective, and then we vote in January.
Are we saying a one provider or a one approved course?
should say when approved course. Mhm.
I think we ought to recommend they submit their comments rather, I mean, just
Oh,
being
okay.
efficient. I mean, if 30 people
Yeah.
showed up, then we'd be here for 2 weeks.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Just
That-
give
that
a
would be good.
deadline to submit them would be, when's our, I don't know, meeting's the first part of this January.
Ray, what, just to help me understand, what are you expecting to get from that? Because, they're all going to come back and say, I don't agree you should do that.
Well, I want to hear the reasons why. And I really want, my main concern is our existing practitioners in the state that provide that and what their commentary is. I just want to be sure that we don't do something and not give our own people the opportunity to make comments. Because by unilaterally taking action today or in January, I just feel like we owe it to our practitioners to be heard if we move in that direction.
The practitioners, you're talking about the providers of these courses?
Of these courses, if we've got professors or anybody else that's licensed in the state of Tennessee.
And send this letter out to practitioners.
No, I'm saying the people that are teaching this course who may be practitioners in the state of Tennessee. I just want to make sure we're not shutting out our own people that have currently been providing this.
Yeah, I thought you were asking to send it to other course providers.
Well, I want everybody to have the opportunity to respond, but my main concern are people that are doing this and to make money doing this right now, that we just slam the door on them overnight and say, sorry, this is no longer something you can do, or it becomes cost prohibitive for them to even do it. If they got to go pay the state society for that product and then go out and teach it and charge on top of it, well, at what point does my firm say, well, why am I going to pay you extra? And I can go pay $25 and have it done per employee. I'm just saying, I think there's some things we need to think through or be at least well informed as to who this is affecting and why it's affecting them and whether or not they're okay with that. They may say, forget it, we don't want to teach this anymore.
Wendy, do we have an idea? I haven't seen that list of people. Are they, I would think they would be more national kind of.
Oh, I'm sure the majority of them are.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a mix, but there are
Okay.
some professors in the state that have approved courses.
Okay.
Brad, are you ready to roll yours out at this point?
January 1, we hope to have our online version, and we could create a live version too, whether it's TSCPA or another vendor. I think what you're saying is to have one approved course, that the board is involved in creating the material. It's accurate, it's consistent, everybody's hearing the same thing. There's no excuse for ignorance of the law, if you will, and ethical case studies are woven in. We tried to make the online, as I said earlier, more compelling than what's traditional. Not all text, video, interaction. You've got some multiple choice. It's not pass fail, but you've got to prove that you're taking the course. And we think that it's fairly compelling, but whether that's the course or another vendor or the board exclusively creates it, to move along with one version that you know is accurate, and you know is consistent, and you know it's quality. That seems to be reasonable for all licensees to hear the same thing. This is not open to interpretation. The rules are the rules, the law is the law, and there really shouldn't be a whole lot of gray area there when you weave in some ethical considerations.
I think that's a really important point that you just made, that we have people in here in some of these cases that we're going to look at later where we're fining people for not getting CPE and other types of things, but there's not a consistent message out there for what the requirements are, or we're at risk of that. And that's why I really think that an approved course that we have put out there, we know it has the right content, is really extremely important. And if we don't get that right information out there, then I think it could be a disservice to our members, and we could just be at risk.
And it is an administrative burden to monitor.
Yeah, to me, it just doesn't make any sense having these courses out there. And it's something that every CPA has to do. If we're making this a requirement to have this ethics CPE, it should be, I would think, seamless to just go get your certificate after you've done the course and renew your license. And to me, that just kind of makes sense.
I think we have a motion. I don't think we have a second for further discussion tomorrow.
Need to adjust the motion to request comments by X date. I mean, people can still come if they want to. I think that it'd be more efficient if we had the comments
Okay.
ahead of time.
I agree. So I'd like to adjust that motion that we, Wendy, do you know our January date to me?
I don't have it exactly. It's around the 20th.
Okay, so would it give you guys time if we did it by January 10th or so? We request any, or let's just do the first. Yeah, I think that'd be fine.
12/31.
Yeah. Okay, so let's adjust it to have any responses by 12/31/2016. And it is a course, not a provider, that we want to have a single course.
To give y'all enough time to compile it and get back out to us before the meeting. Is that a reasonable date, or we need to back it up?
You should only get 18 comments, and I'm guessing only half of those are going to reply, so that's down to 9.
I think we'll be fine. I wouldn't want to go any later than 12/31, but.
Have a motion, a revised motion. A second.
I'll
All those
second.
in favor, aye?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Just a comment, Wendy, I assume you're gonna have to compose that letter, and I don't know, you're gonna wanna get legal counsel to look at it.
Yeah, but if one of you want to look at it too, that'd be great.
I was gonna volunteer Mr. Elmore as
Say
chairman.
Mr.
of the-
Casey. He's got the time.
I think Mr. Elmore as chairman of the licensing committee would be
Do what? I missed the first part.
since he doesn't know what he's volunteering
Yeah.
for, that's good enough. To review edit the letter, that I'm probably more biased
Yeah, I'll be
than,
glad to do that.
yeah.
I do have a question now, though, and I know we need to move on to the other committees, but just discussed on the PES request, does that change anything we just did on that course where we approved it for another year?
I would think not if we're telling them all that they're going to expire by the end of next year anyways.
Should give everybody one more year anyway.
Right. So based on the prior motion, we'd approve the PES course, and then they're going to get a follow-up letter that says your course is going to expire at the end of next year. So.
That's everything on the licensing committee's agenda.
I would probably suggest that y'all said 1 year on that course, that you make it commensurate with the expiration of the rest of them. So
I would agree. Ben, do you think we need to go back and change that?
1 year is going to be October next year, but then we're telling everybody else everything's expiring December 31. So I would just make those all the same.
I need to amend my motion.
Have to pull back? I don't know what.
All this is a recommendation of the
But we
board.
can do that tomorrow.
Okay, recommendation to the board. So do we want to revise the recommendation to the board for PES?
For vote tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Change it tomorrow.
let's change it tomorrow to the board.
Okay, got it. That concludes the
That
licensing meeting.
concludes the licensing committee.
Always have the longest committee meeting.
Good job, Mr. Watkins, since you were helpful in that, I believe you're up next. Laws and rules.
All right, so the first thing up on the agenda is the draft peer review rules for discussion.
So it's going to hand out a very rough draft. Wendy and I have started to look at the peer review rules as a whole, and kind of doing a major overhaul that I think she could probably describe better than I could.
Okay, I'll try to explain how we got to where we are. First of all, as most of you are aware, legislation changed in March that removed the confidentiality wording that was in statute related to peer review. So as a result of that legislative change, we need to make some changes to the rules because we're now requiring board or licensees firms to submit their peer review documents to the board. So we had to incorporate how do they do that into the rules. So I also thought it was a good time to update some of the rest of the rules with regards to peer review because it was very outdated. It very much directs the licensee to the fact that the board has its own peer review program, which we no longer have. So I tried to take an opportunity to make many adjustments. I met with the AICPA folks from the peer review team as well as their legislative team to get some of their input on, what kinds of things really should be there. Ben and I met with them. I will say they had an extensive revision with, it was very wordy. It rehashed a lot of standards, peer review standards that I don't think we need to rehash. So Ben and I kind of felt like we were back at square one a little bit. I was hoping that what they provided us was going to be very helpful, and it really wasn't that helpful because it wasn't really written in the format that rules should be written in. But we still sat down and tried to take some of their proposals and tried to create our own set. So this is where we are today. I believe I mentioned in my email, I am really not expecting you all to vote on this today. I think it's an extensive change. I can briefly walk through it. No one really has had a chance to review this, and I would like comments I would like you all to have a chance to review it. I would like comments from you all. I'd like the TSCPA to have a chance to review it if they have any concerns as well before we make such a dramatic change. So would you all like me to walk through a little bit? I'll try not to take too much time, or would you? Yes?
Please, I think we need to.
Okay,
yeah.
okay. Or maybe it would be better if you did, Ben. You might be more succinct than I am.
Yeah, not included on here. Rule 0.05 and 0.06, reviewers and reviews, peer review results is not in here, but those will largely be heavily revised.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Not included on the draft is 0.05 and 0.06.
Oh, okay.
But those will be heavily revised, if not largely gutted, really.
Okay.
Just so that you're aware. This is a very rough draft. Again, comments either now or later via email would be appreciated. We're trying to kind of feel our way through this. Right now, there's a requirement that we have a peer review oversight committee. It's a shall, not a may. We wanted to make that more discretionary in hopes that we could have one as opposed to requiring that we have one. So that the peer review oversight committee could actually review the peer review administrators, is that correct? And make sure that these administrators are abiding by their particular standards and standards that the board would like.
Correct. So the peer review oversight committee, their charge would be to review any programs that this board has approved. As defined, we've approved any program provided by the AICPA, the TSCPA, PCOB, as long as it's in conformity with peer review standards. So the purpose of the PROC would be to oversee what those entities do. We currently do not have a PROC in place. There was a comment about that in our last sunset hearing. When the legislation changed this past spring, the terminology was changed from shall to may. So we don't have quite as much of a requirement to do it, but it still is probably prudent to make sure that the programs we've approved are doing what we expect them to.
Did we get written up because of the language being written the way that it was, or was it because they didn't feel like we were actually doing enough to oversee the program?
Because we didn't have a PROC in place.
Because of the way this was written originally.
Well, in statute, it was a requirement that we had a PROC.
Right.
Correct.
And the rule is just mirroring the statute, and so now they've removed it from a shall to a may.
So from may to shall got us out of our comment, essentially from.
Yes.
Right. I mean, that's essentially, it's only because the way our rules were written that we really got dinged for that to begin with.
In the statute.
Right. Well,
yeah.
But again, it's.
I think so. I mean, I think there could be an argument to say that, we should have some sort of oversight over anything that we approve. But
that's what I was
yeah.
getting at was our obligation versus wording.
I do think you're right, though. I think that the comment was related to the fact that we were charged to do that, and we hadn't.
I think this goes further than just the state comments that we received. In one of our previous discussions, and I certainly feel this way, I don't know that we could find people out there to serve on that committee for that meet the qualifications for the compensation we can pay them. I mean, I just
So this is how I attempted to there has been talk potentially about NASBA looking into roles or to opportunities for them to provide this for states, to provide this service. And so it's only on the drawing board. There's nothing specific. But the way we rewrote the rule here was to give the board the authority to delegate that to someone else if we choose to.
we still got the other option too,
Right.
by virtue of say we may do that if we choose to, or it becomes feasible going forward. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess it's the second page or page 2 at the bottom. We're still on page 2. So the first section said we may appoint the peer review oversight committee to assist in the program, or the board may delegate those responsibilities to an organization or entity approved by the board. Number 2, the board appoints a PROC to assist in the implementation of the program. Then the PROC shall be comprised of up to 3 committee members. My concern here was the previous requirements that we had to have 3 people. And that always seemed to be a problem. We'd get 1 or 2 in place. We couldn't get a third, so we couldn't start operating. And so I was trying to relieve that a little bit. If we decide to put something in place, can we get 1 or 2 that can do it, and we can effectively move forward with that oversight process. Then we go into what the PROC members, what kind of background they should have. They would serve a term of 3 years, but could be reappointed. They'd not be a member of the board or an enforcement-related regulatory body, including ethics committees at the TSCPA. They would sign a confidentiality agreement to ensure that the PROC member should not divulge any information that the member has access to in the performance of their duties to the committee. That would identify any firm licensee, peer reviewer, reviewing form, or peer review result of any firm. So just to make clear, a peer review oversight committee acts as kind of an intermediary between you and the peer review program. So they sign a confidentiality agreement so that they can go to the peer review meetings. They can sit in, they can hear all of the confidential findings found, and they can evaluate their process. But they don't come back and tell you all those details. They just come back and tell you, are they following the procedures in the process? So that's kind of the line there. 3, the responsibilities of the committee or entity delegated by the board to perform the duties of the committee shall include the following. Some of this is taken from old wording, remove some stuff that wasn't applicable, and added some confidentiality items there.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
You said that the legislation removes some of the confidentiality provisions from the statute. I don't remember that. Will you run that back about me real quick?
Okay, so previously, when a firm had a peer review, you can receive a pass, fail, or pass with deficiencies result in your peer review. Well, all this board could find out was whether you were enrolled in the peer review program or not. We couldn't find out what the results of your peer review were. And when the legislation changed, it now requires firms to submit their peer review results to this board so that we can see what those results are, so that if we decide, well, this person's failed a couple of peer reviews, we might want to look a little closer and open a complaint.
So is there an exception to the Open Records Act for those not to be divulged by us?
There is in the legislation.
Okay, and that it would extend then to allow this rule of confidentiality for the committee?
That's correct. I can read you the statute if you like.
I just want to make sure, because I think while we can require the members to sign a confidentiality agreement, we can't say that the documents in possession of the committee aren't subject to the Open Records Act unless there's a action by legislation.
It says that all the work papers, records, of the review committee are privileged and confidential and are not subject to discovery, subpoena, or other means of legal process, so forth and so on. And then it says, other than a state board of accountancy proceeding. And so we can utilize those documents if we were to seek discipline at actors.
Yeah, I've just, so would we have to, how would we have the hearing then? Because that's an open
They
meeting,
would
right?
become public should a hearing take place.
Okay, so they have to agree to that if they want to actually have a hearing before us? The
I
firms?
mean, my understanding is that if the board, if we got information about a particular CPA firm and CPA that was repeatedly having problems, and we then decided to open up a disciplinary action against them and utilize some of those documents from the peer review committee, then those would be subject to open records, yes. It would be at that point in time when we would decide to open up the complaint that I think we would bring them out from the protection of the statute.
Protection that's supposed to inure to the benefit of the potential bad acting firm, we get to waive by bringing an action against them and therefore waiving the confidentiality of the record. That seems interesting to me.
The statute just changed last year, and it now provides us the ability to look at these documents and utilize them in a disciplinary action. You know, we've not obviously done that as of yet, and that's part of what these rules I think we're trying to address.
Why don't you read the statute? So
sure,
or that part, just that part.
It's a long one. The proceedings, records, and work papers of a review committee shall be privileged and confidential and shall not be subject to discovery, subpoena, or other means of legal process or introduction into evidence in any civil action, arbitration, or administrative proceeding other than the State Board of Accountancy proceeding, and no member of the review committee or person who was involved in the peer review process shall be permitted or required to testify in any civil action, arbitration, or administrative proceeding other than a State Board of Accountancy proceeding as to any matters produced, presented, disclosed, or discussed during or in connection with the peer review process, or as to any findings, recommendations, evaluations, opinions, or other actions of the committees or any member of the committees. And then it continues.
I'm not trying to beat a dead horse.
I was going to ask a question.
Sure we're not getting ourselves in trouble. So can we compel somebody who is on the peer review committee to come testify at one of our hearings against someone who had multiple bad?
I believe so.
I don't see how anybody would be willing to serve on that committee then if they're going to come out here and open and have to be required. I don't know. I mean, y'all do this.
Well, then my question would be: if we opened a complaint, then those records could be used in a civil action, could they not?
I think so. They're public records at that point, right? Unless there's somehow you can do an administrative hearing under seal, which I don't know that's a possibility. I'm just wondering. Hope we don't get so far down the road that we find ourselves in a corner at one of these hearings and we have to figure this out and make a really quick decision without it being reasoned. Because I would hate for us to, even though it looks like we can, create some issue by us saying we're going to disclose these otherwise confidential information, these records about your firm and potentially harm the firm's reputation, and then somehow be subject to something because they're going to allege a harm even though they're supposed to be protected. I don't know. And then can we, are the names of the committee members in those documents that are supposed to be confidential if the person refuses to come testify? Do we have to redact their names from the preceding documents? I mean, it's just, this may be beyond the scope of these rules, but I think we need to figure that piece of it out.
Again, we've not had the opportunity to exercise this particular statute since they changed it. I don't know exactly how it would work. It seemed to me that the purpose of this was to allow the board to utilize these materials to potentially discipline and take licenses from individuals who otherwise we would have no idea that they were so bad.
Thinking about the people who are serving on the committee who are the practitioners that don't want, I mean, their involvement is supposed to be confidential, I understand, for a reason. The same like medical peer review. And so if we're going to tell them that, hey, thanks for serving, and by the way, you got to show up for 2 hours and testify about how bad this person or this firm is, that seems like it's going to be a tough sell to get somebody to do it. That's my thought. I may be wrong. Y'all would know better than I would.
Didn't that say the peer reviewers, though? The ones that actually did the peer review, or does it actually say our committee, our PROC?
first, it's about the materials, proceedings, records, and work papers of a review committee. And then with regard to the actual individual, it says no member of the review committee or person who was involved in the peer review process. So that could be the peer reviewer themselves, or even, I guess, the CPA that's being peer reviewed. Shall be permitted or required to testify in any civil action, arbitration, administrative proceeding, other than a state board of council proceeding.
They can be required to come here.
All of them. Okay. That's the whole idea. You know, we've got people that easily be 6 to 7 years before we'd ever even know about it.
Oh yeah, I
And open
understand.
up
I mean,
one.
there's definitely a balancing of the harms. I'm just wondering, is there putting a chilling effect on people willing to serve in these important roles? I don't know. But that's neither here nor there because the statutes have. I may have gotten us off on a rabbit hole. I'm sorry. But it may be helpful to talk to the AG or somebody about that piece of it to just figure out what we do in case we get something.
But one thing maybe we could consider is that the proc would be, I mean, the individual person would not be presenting evidence, but the committee as a whole would do that. Would that be an option maybe?
I don't think I fully understand.
Okay, so that no one is singled out, but it's just the committee's opinion or findings rather than an individual's, like a member of the committee. Or would the whole committee be involved in every one? I'm not really sure.
So here's how I see
Can I
it.
stop this for 1 second?
Sure.
The thing I'm going to recommend is that I think your point's valid. We have not executed in this capacity at this point. The statute is there, right? I mean, we can't change that right now. I think in the interest of moving this along, I think we probably need to pose the question of, here are some what ifs that we've come up with. Maybe legal could be the forebearer of that. Because I do think we're not going to sit in here and change the statute today. So I just think we need to be aware of that. And we need to be aware of what we're going to do, or just think through the fact that if we get some notification or something about some firm or whatever that's not performing, we need to think long and hard about how we want to deal with that before we do it. The points are very valid, and there are a lot of questions with it. I think legal probably needs to spend some time trying to figure that out. And we can sit here and talk about this all day today, but I think the problem is that the statute's there. We can't change that right now.
Correct, and that's that's the main reason why we're putting this very rough draft before the boards to kind of dredge up these issues so that we can draft them better and address more of the problems that I think that will come up.
Just so, let me explain a little bit about the peer review oversight committee would never bring anything individual to this board. So their only charge is to go to the TSCPA or any other program that's administering the peer review program, sit in on their meetings, be familiar with the standards, and perform.
Make sure they're oversighting.
Make sure they're oversighting.
Right.
Make sure they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. Then technically they would come back to this board and they would say, on such and such a date I visited, I did this checklist worth of items. I am reporting to you that they are following the standards of the peer review program.
But outside of the PROC, that's when the society at the current moment in time would notify us if somebody was not in compliance, or the National Peer Review Compliance Committee.
So what these rules will do will be when you schedule a peer review, you'll be notified during the scheduling process that once it's complete, those documents would be placed on a secure portal that the board would now have access to. Okay. So there would be no verbal, they would just all be placed there. Okay. I believe there's opportunity to run reports there. So I could see how many failed reports were accepted in the past year. I could see how many passed with deficiencies. And in the future, we might say, okay, well, everyone who gets a fail and a pass with deficiencies kind of gets a warning letter. I've seen other states do this. You're living on the edge type letter. We're monitoring what you're doing. If you receive another non-pass report, there may be consequences. And so we would open a complaint at some point due to probably multiple failed peer reviews. And at that point, it's more of, let's look into your actual work. and we may not even need to use, we use the peer review results to open the complaint, but then do we really need to use that as proof, or do we let Don go out and look at their governmental engagement and say, well, I see this, this, and this is wrong, or you're not following professional standards and this is a big problem. I don't know, but the proc would never have any individual information. They would only be reporting back to you on the overall administration of the program.
I didn't mean to cut anybody off. I feel like the statute conversation is that's
So
a big
do you
jump.
feel like we should stop at this point and
Does the rest of this does it all deal with the same issue, or is it, I mean, there are different items down here, right?
Right. So once you get into some basic requirements, it just simply talks about the requirement of each firm location that performs a test work is required to be covered by a peer review. We struck out that each firm that has audit engagements must have an on-site peer review because that's outdated language. Each firm is responsible for having a peer review performed at its own cost by an approved program and submitting proof of compliance from that approved program. Failure of a firm to be enrolled in an approved peer review program or renewal shall result in the denial of the permit. Multiple locations has been there. Firms not providing a test services shall not be required to enroll in a approved program. We've not been requiring them to enroll in the past, but we felt like we wanted to clarify that wording there. It simply says that they don't have to undergo a peer review. It doesn't say they don't have to enroll. Number 7 on page 4, this clarifies with the new SARS 21 that if you just do a preparation engagement that you don't have to enroll and undergo a peer review. The AICPA felt that was important to include and to clarify. We struck the second section there, number 7, because that related to the board's own program. Number 8, firms are required to be registered with and inspected by the PCAOB. This just clarifies that your work that's not governed by the PCAOB would have to undergo peer review. Number 9 is new, and number 10 is new. So this is where we talk about the submission requirements, where they've not had to do this before because those documents have been confidential. So this talks about that after 30 days of acceptance of the peer review, that firms should submit a copy of the results most recently accepted to the board. It lists the required documents. Firms must satisfy the submission requirement by allowing the sponsoring organization to provide the board access to documents via a secure website process. So I am in favor of everyone going through that process. It makes administration of this much easier. So that's what we have today.
I think you've done a very good job, you and Ben.
I just want to ask, you said paragraphs 0.05 and 06 are not included as part of this document, and you can see that comparing the booklet to the handout. Do you mean that they will be provided later, or there's
Yes,
no
sir.
need for them now?
No, later. We're going to
Later.
revise the entire chapter as a whole.
Okay.
Well, that's what we would propose to the board to do.
So
But we're giving you a rough draft because this is a big change, lots of changes, and there will be more changes to 5 and 6 coming. And I think most of what we had looked at previously, and I think we're going to be eliminating many of the provisions in 0.05 and 0.06.
Looks like the many of them would be eliminated. So what do we need to do with this? Just take it and study it and come back next meeting?
Provide us comments at your, when you have an opportunity, if you can take a look at it and provide comments to Wendy, and then we can utilize those comments and address the concerns so we have more of a final draft for the board to vote on hopefully in January.
There's no doubt that this whole process is something that's good
Right.
for the board and for the public in general, because it corrects this section of law and rules, which we were not following anyway. It makes it practical for us to do that now. And the biggest thing, I guess, it opens up that if we need access to these peer review documents, we now have that. And we did not have it before.
Right, and part of the question that I've been getting from firms is, well, now I have to submit my information now, but we don't have any rules in place to tell them how to do that. And so I'm waiting on that before I don't have any guidance basically on how to require firms to do that.
Seems like them knowing that they have to do that now would give them a great incentive to do a better job in their firms. Yeah.
Is there any value into the renewal application, having them make a statement or ask, what's the results of your most recent peer review, or is that too public to do that? Does that help you zero in, I guess, on, I mean, here we are renewing somebody's application for renewal, and we don't even really know what their recent peer review says, right?
We don't. Right now, first of all, the questions have to be yes, no. The questions right now are, do you perform a test services? I believe, Karen can help me if they're wrong.
Can you do a pass with deficiencies and fail and have a check the box? Or, I mean, my question is, does that add value from a staff perspective?
I don't think so, because I think if we require everybody to go through the secure website to submit those documents, I can then sort through and figure out who it is that did not do.
Okay.
Now, I don't think that we can use that. I'm not sure we can use the results to not renew a license, but we could use the results to open a complaint.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean,
Right.
At least there, somebody would be forced to assert one way or another. I mean, how did you do in this process? I mean,
we could say, did you pass, are you enrolled, and did you pass your most recent peer review? That would be a yes, no. And then if they say no, we can look into whether it's,
if it doesn't add value to you, there's no point in doing it. But I mean,
Yeah.
I just wondered if that might be something where, maybe that points you off so you're not having to go through and sort through. I mean, I don't know how many of these peer reviews are performed in Tennessee every year. There's got to be a lot.
but I think that the reports help you completely isolate them.
Okay.
I don't think you have to sort. I don't think it would be that
It's
difficult.
an easy process.
I think, yeah.
Okay. All right. So everybody, if you would just study this. If you have any recommendations, please notify staff as to those revisions, and we can let them revise again if need be to get to a point where we can make these changes. Moving on now to nano learning consideration.
We do not have any documents for this. I'll just briefly explain. The CPE standards changed September 1st of this year, and they now allow for 2 new delivery methods. So, in the past you're used to a live or self-study type program. Well, now the standards allow for a nano learning type delivery method. And nano learning is something reserved to a 10-minute program. I believe it can't be more than 10 minutes. And so you're working on an audit, and you need to go research something specific, and it takes you 10 minutes to do it type thing. And then you would gain CPE for that, okay? Right now, our rules do not allow for such delivery method. And the reason is because the rules state that it must be at least 1 hour in length before you can provide CPE credit. So my question to this board is, do you have any interest in us drafting something to attempt to accept such a delivery method?
Let me ask you this question. Have you talked with other state boards on what are other boards doing with
I
this?
have very casually. I think I've talked to Nevada and Alabama, and that's all I can remember, and they have moved in the direction to accept it. But that's not very widespread.
That could be very, it's a volume of stuff there every 10 minutes, and then all of a sudden you got stacks of paper to come in when you audit them.
And we can certainly wait. My understanding is that the model rules are they're looking to adopt standard language for anyone who wants to change the rules, and that has not been adopted yet. So we could wait until—
Who's doing that? I'm sorry.
The joint NASBA AICPA group that looks at model rules. And so even if you all said, hey, yeah, we really want this, we'd probably just have to come up with our own wording, and it might be better to wait until we see what kind of the standardized wording would be.
I'm just thinking of the administrating nightmare in my own firm of keeping up with 10 minutes at a time. But
just for understanding, would you have to use Nano's research tools to use this, or can you use, I don't know what Nano is.
You would still have to go through an approved provider.
Nano is not a provider. Nano just means it's a tiny amount of time.
It just
Think
means the
of
delivery.
TED Talks. I mean, that's what this is. We're talking 10-minute TED Talks, basically.
So how in the world would you document that?
Well, the provider will have to document it. So, you know, if you go through your...
Now, if you're researching, I don't know how that would be possible. You would have to document somehow on some
Now, I'm not sure you
way.
can just do it on your own. I'm not that familiar with the standards. I'm
Okay.
not sure if you have to go through an actual provider or if you can actually claim it yourself. I'm not...
I mean, I kind of look at it be like you listen to TED Talks for accounting. I mean, here's a 10-minute presentation on this topic, and you go print your certificate. I guess I don't know.
Out there and research the leasing rules or something. I mean,
Right.
how are you going to? You want your staff to stop right there and then fill out a CPE form?
Yeah. I mean,
I'd say we let somebody.
I mean, it's
else
not that the
develop the
mechanism
rules for this first.
I would
Yeah.
agree with that.
My understanding is you still have to go through an approved provider. Like, you can't do it on your own. But I could be wrong because, you know, I haven't researched those standards, but I have skimmed them. So I just wanted to make sure you all were aware. This is out there. We are in the newsletter going to make it clear that it is not acceptable in Tennessee at this point nicely, just to make sure people aren't, you know, inadvertently taking something that doesn't qualify.
Well, here's the deal. I know y'all are hearing about the millennials just like everybody else, but I mean, this is how they do stuff. It's little bites, it's little pieces, and I mean, it's coming. I mean, I just tell you, it's coming, and we'll have to deal with it. But I would prefer to wait and see what this joint committee comes up with, to have some guidance as to, because they're going to dig deeper than we could ever dig into something like that. So I would.
Mr. Chairman, I totally agree with you. Can we move on?
This is not Mr. Casey's problem anymore.
I may be retired from this board before this becomes reality, so that would be good for everybody.
Okay, moving on. Did I have any other comments? I don't want to cut it off. I didn't have anything to say, but okay. Ben, do you want to talk about the status of the pending rules?
Sure. Just yesterday, Wendy and I appeared before the Joint Government Operations Committee, presented the rules that I believe the board voted and approved back October of last year. Those will go into effect. They're just kind of some general cleanup. Those will go into effect early November.
November 10th.
November 10th. And we have two other sets of rules which are currently apparently on the Attorney General's desk to be signed. So once we get those back, we'll file those with the Secretary of State, appear before Joint Government Operations, and looking like they'll be probably in effect early next year.
Is one of those in relation to the education requirements, CPA?
Once it's submitted to the Secretary of State's office, it's at least 90 days. So we know at this point we're more than 90 days out. So that's the only time frame we are aware of, but we do know it's at least 90 days because it hasn't gone there yet.
Many students asking the question.
I get email probably once a week.
With that, I guess this committee is adjourned. Is there anything else we needed to cover?
That is it.
Okay.
Would everybody like to take a quick, maybe 10-minute break or something? We'll take one.
Okay, sounds good. Kevin, are you still with us?
Yes, I am, Wendy. Thank you.
You can take a break too.
I will do that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
He didn't know. It'd be easier to handle in little 10-minute bites.
Closer to the people that are administering it. I think that's important.
You mainly, or do you do?
Yeah, employee. So,
Do you use like a
$0.75, and I got 2 of these. It's here if anybody wants it. 2 for the price of 1. We'd be through if we hadn't had that.
So do you anticipate this being very long?
Oh my God.
Unless I can vote for the vice president. Extra.
Well, sometimes I just use, I'm not texting, I'm emailing.
Okay.
Texting, I'm much more efficient, but not
I,
like.
I despise texting. My hands are just too big and fast, and I'm not
Well, no, I
smart.
Hey.
process because it works for me.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Did you? Okay. I just
Well,
was thinking
it's,
that might.
I get more texts from my kids than I get from them.
Something's messed up.
There she is. Have we got everybody now? Yeah. Casey's was in here a minute ago. He's right there. We can get started again. Don, are we ready to? So it's been running the whole time. Okay.
It appears to be, yes. If I say anything bad, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, we're not going there. Okay, the executive committee report. Somewhere in here, we need to get you in the, we got a page 2 now. You kind of left yourself off of here.
On the committee agenda?
Yes, it says committee meetings.
Executive committee, the first item is FY16 closing and FY17 year-to-date.
Right, I was just looking for the executive director's report as a bullet.
Oh.
You go right ahead.
Okay. All right. So I believe this is number 8 on your iPad. FY16 closing and FY17 year-to-date financial results. So on the first page of this, you're going to see our official closings for FY16, and I believe at the last meeting, I reported to you somewhere around $60,000 would move over to reserves, and we had about $58,076, so we were pretty close. I did not do some specific line items on this. We were under budget in almost all areas, and obviously ended the year where we made up for the loss from the previous year. So before I move on to our year-to-date, do y'all have any questions with oh, I'm sorry. One thing I wanted to note on the cost backs, which is just past midway down the page, you will see that they are breaking out our cost backs for us now. So you will see generally cost backs are charges that the administration, reg boards, charges back to this board for services that we use, legal, assistant commissioner's office, that type of thing. So you will see under cost backs, instead of one lump sum number, we do have that 276,000, but 140,000 of that was from the administration itself. Just over 2,000 was from investigation. That was the couple. I sent a couple cases back early in the year to the pooled investigators just to see how that would work, and so that's that charge. Then we have 123,000 from legal. That's Ben and his team over on the legal side. And then the customer service center with the centralized customer service center, they receive calls and emails. They're kind of the first point of contact. And so we do pay for something for that. So it was nice to see those breakdowns. I am seeing that monthly So it's nice to be able to see if we're trending where we were before, or if anything's spiking. I can make a note of that pretty quickly. So, and the 276,000 you'll notice was a decrease in cost facts from the year before that were 314,000. The next page shows you our actuals from FY16, our FY17 budget, and then kind of where we are year to date. Obviously, we're early. I only had financials through the end of August, so this is only 2 months into the fiscal year. I made a couple of notes in my variance. Our revenue is up 19% to the prior year, which is nice. I think that's due to case and complaint revenue is a little higher this year than it was last year. We are now receiving monthly projections on that state regulatory fee, and so that's why I've plugged in a small amount there. And that's nice to be able to keep up with that as well as and it not being assessed in a lump sum at the end of the year. Travel, some of the travel expenses from the June NASBA regional meeting fell into the new fiscal year, so we're seeing a little of an increase there over the prior year. Supplies and furniture, food and beverage for our board meetings is categorized here in addition to some office supplies. Third-party professional services, this covers our shredding expenses, some of our formal hearing charges, NASBA dues, calligraphy services, and I'm sorry, we're not doing that any longer, credit card processing, and any other third-party items. We're trending okay there. Employee training, our registration for any NASBA events falls here, so we're seeing some increase there because that previously fell in the travel budget. Computer-related items, we're seeing just a little uptick there. Dawn's and my laptops kind of went kaput, so we got 2 new laptops for us. State professional services. Our rent has increased $160 per month, so to a tune of almost $2,000 a year. So, but we're still less than last year in that particular line item. I think that covers where we are year to date early on. Any questions?
And if we don't budget for, you said the revenue was up, we're not actually budgeting for the fines and that sort of thing that civil penalties and all. That just shows up in revenue as an excess. Is that right?
Correct.
That's what. Thank you.
I'm glad to see the breakout that they're providing now in those expenses, but are they able to provide any revenue breakdowns?
No, but I have requested that on several occasions. I guess the move to our new database or our new platform and the way that they're having a little bit of trouble with that, I believe, but they do understand that it's a request of mine, and I think they're working towards that if they can.
What's the new platform?
Well, the new licensing platform that I've talked about, where you log in and renew your license, that has something to do with the cash side of the business as well.
Okay, thanks.
I think I've asked this before, but does the money we get from the consent order process or the fines, does that come into us, or does it go to the general fund? Is that included in our revenue line items?
It's included in our actual revenue, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Wendy, on that part.
Thank you.
We'll cover the travel, I think, is the next thing on the.
That's number 9 on your iPad, travel details, and this is simply a breakdown of Dawn's and my travel over the last quarter. I had Dawn and I did a joint state-specific ethics program at the Chattanooga chapter meeting for TSCPA in July. And Dawn had a few other state-specific courses and then, of course, some investigations and travel associated with that. But we are certainly in line with our travel budget with regards to what we.
Questions for Wendy on that? Good deal. We have a summer 2017 meeting date potential change that we want to
Actually,
discuss.
I think you skipped an item. We have the FY18 proposed budget.
Okay, excuse me, I did. Sorry.
So it's that time of year where our statute indicates that we should approve a budget for the upcoming year. So we are looking at an FY18 budget. And that is number 10. I have it. There we go. Okay, so what you'll see on this document is you'll see the actuals from FY15 and 16, our budget for 17, and then what I am proposing for fiscal year 18. Now, Dawn, to your point, the revenue that I projected to in-house was $1,020,000. $1,020,000. However, I struggled with that because we do get a case and complaint. I know it's variable, but we definitely get case and complaint revenue. In addition, you all approved rule changes that would have two new fees, one for transfer grades and one for letter of good standing, which we've estimated at about $20,000. And so I felt like to make an actual budget here, I should add some of that numbers in to make this more realistic. So, and the $1,060,000 is really flat to the FY16, which every other year is kind of what I look at because licensees renew every other year. So, so basically my proposed revenues are flat to FY16. And I've also included just a discussion, and I'll go through some of that for each of the line items. Under regulatory license fees, just as a reminder, at the end of each fiscal year, the boards charge $10 for each active individual license. And in addition, there's a $5 fee assessed for all active firm licenses. And this fee covers indirect costs associated with the Department of Commerce and Insurance, including human resources, fiscal, IS, and the Commissioner's Office. Salaries. This line item assumes a staff of 5, myself and 1 investigator. It also is assuming a 3% compensation increase, and you will see that detailed on the 4th page of this document. The personnel budget lists out each of the staff members' salaries, longevity, as well as the potential increase, which we do expect to occur, as well as compensation for board members. And so that's the details in your attachment A. Longevity compensation. Each employee receives longevity payment of $100 per year of service on their anniversary date. Employees must have 36 months of service to be eligible for this payment. And in the attachment A, you'll notice that we have really dropped down that longevity pay. Sandy retired in June. Brenda has announced her retirement, so we will fill the position, but there will be no longevity in that particular position due to that being a new employee. So we have 3 employees that will be receiving longevity pay.
On the employee benefit portion, it was 116, or I guess you're basing on the 16 actual. What's the large jump? I just based it on 16 was 116,000. Now we're at 134 and change.
I think it's with the change in the actual salaries. So employee benefits are calculated at 37%. So in attachment A, I've been guided by the accounting department that benefits are calculated at 37% of salaries. And so on attachment A, you'll see where I added up the salaries of all of the positions plus an increase came to 361,000 times the 37%. It gives you the 134. So it was really calculated based on how I was suggested to calculate it by the accounting group.
I just noticed that the
Yeah, you're right. It
salaries
does,
went down, benefits went up from 16 again.
and it may be just the actual is a little different than what the standard calculation is. It may be that nobody that on staff gets, health care, and therefore that we don't actually pay for it, but we don't take that into consideration. We just take a standard 37%.
So did you mention that Brenda is retiring?
Yes, she'll be down here in the morning so that you all can.
Oh, okay. And so is the administrative assistant 2 position, is that a new position or is that in addition?
Okay, so I will explain that a little bit. The administrative assistant 2 position that does not have a name, that is Sandy's old position. Okay, it is my plan to probably not fill that position. I don't believe that I need it, but I'm not giving it up. So that's why it's there in the budget to make sure we still have it for another year, but I don't think I'm going to fill it. So that's why that's listed that way. So we will probably end up being favorable to budget for
Okay.
salaries.
Yeah, I was just wanting to make sure we weren't double
Yeah.
counting for
Yeah.
Brenda. Okay.
Okay, so that brings me to travel. I did detail travel in the attachment B. It's very similar to past years. I did include 3 board members for each of the NASBA meetings. I think previously we'd only budgeted for 2. So I did just want to make sure everybody had an opportunity to go. I think we do have the funds there to do it if folks want to. I did not include specific travel for PROC meetings since we do not have a PROC in place at the moment. But we have been very favorable to budget on travel. So if we indeed get something together and do something, I don't think it would be too much of a problem. Communications and shipping. This covers all of your postal charges, sending our renewal letter, any certified mail documents we have to send, and wall certificates. Third-party professional administrative services. This includes our shredding services, some third-party expenses associated with formal hearings, such as a court reporter, GPS services for the cars. Well, we have one car, Dawn's car. Collections agency services, NASBA dues, credit card processing fees, and some of the PROC expenses would fall here. Supplies and furniture, I just expect some general ordering here. Rentals and insurance, that's moved to computer-related items, so I'm not budgeting anything there. Employee training covers anything provided by the department, as well as paid CPE for the professional staff. It also includes the registration fees for attending NASBA meetings. That runs about $6.95 an attendee. Computer-related items, these are incurred from any computer-related work done by the IT staff, as well as any new equipment purchased. The rentals of our copiers and fax machines are also now included here. And lastly, the state professional services, the rent for our office space is now $36,840 of this total. This is an increase of roughly $1,930 a year. This line item also includes telephone billing, administrative judges provided by the Secretary of State's office, charges for one state vehicle driven by the investigator, and printing services provided by the state.
This is a very detailed question, but we were supposed to have 2 hearings tomorrow. I'm assuming we had to get docket space for APD for both of those. Is that right?
No, I don't. I'm not involved in that. I did are you going to wear whether we have to pay for it or not? So I asked the litigator the same question yesterday, and she indicated that we most likely had to pay the filing fee, but would not have to pay for the judge. However, it's the same judge. I mean, we're going to have one judge, but time-wise.
Yeah, I didn't know if we would be able, if we had already picked it, would we just get to use it as a credit in the future, or some portion of it?
What I'll do is, as we move forward in the next couple of months, as we see charges, or I can talk to the accounting manager about it. I meet with him monthly to talk about some of these things. So I can certainly see what our options are.
Hey, Wendy, I just wanted to ask if on your computer related items, are you giving yourself enough room there? Because, you know, I mean, with technology advancing like it does and having to replace computer equipment and that sort of thing, it just.
I think that I was looking at our actuals from the current year, and the fact that I'm thinking we may be over budget in the current year, simply because Don's and my computers, I thought I would get to fall in the FY16, and it didn't make it. So it's going to end up falling in FY17. But because we had replaced those two, I was thinking, you know, I have enough room there. But
Just wanted to make sure that we approve enough.
So all of that, we have our regular expenditures at $680,000, with year-end cost backs estimated at $290,000 for total expenditures of $970,000, to leave us just about $163 to reserves.
Yeah, I think we probably need a executive committee motion on this one to approve, you know, to send to the board, since it's.
I'll make that motion.
Second it.
All in favor? Opposed, like sign. Okay. The summer 2017 meeting date.
Yes. So at the last meeting, the board asked me to look into moving the normal July board meeting to coincide with the TSCPA meeting convention in Nashville, at the end of June. So I feel like I've just stumbled into problems no matter what I do. So I can propose a couple of dates. So here's the situation. The TSCPA's convention is June 25th, 26th, and 27th. That's a Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. I believe they are ending around just after lunch on Tuesday. Now, do we want to have the meeting at the same time that's going on, or do we want to have it just following? Meaning, if they end at lunchtime on Tuesday, do we want to start our committee meetings on Tuesday and have the full board on Wednesday? Or do we want to coincide exactly with the convention? In addition, here's the other thought. If we were to do something like this, I'd like to bring in, you know, a speaker of some sort, you know, for anyone else who's here, for the board members, you know, whatever topic it is. They have plenty of people at NASBA can come speak, potentially the AICPA. The problem with that is that NASBA's Eastern Regional meeting is that week. So it's going to be harder to find, you know, someone to come speak, from NASBA or the AICPA.
Five, 6, and 7.
So the 25th is a Sunday. They start on the Sunday, Monday the 26th, and Tuesday the 27th. NASBA's Eastern Regional meeting starts on Tuesday the 27th. The other thing is, we would probably need to have the meeting here, meaning I don't think it's we're not gonna be able to go to a hotel and rent space, and we can't ask the TSCPA to do that really either. So,
It was a good idea that didn't happen. Is that the
well, I'm struggling. So if you all, I guess, have a suggestion, or we could attempt to go the other route, and maybe we could look at the October meeting to do at a school, a local college or university. Which it'd be easier to probably obtain space. That would be a more student, fall's a good time, to have the students involved. And I know there was a concern, I think Pam brought up about picking a particular school, but I think my attitude towards that would be we would not choose one school and only do that every time we did this. We would rotate around the state, and just since it's our first time, maybe we would pick one here in Nashville that might be willing to work with us.
I think if it's in Nashville, centrally located, that's understandable. I was just pointing out that we do need to be aware that you don't want to favor one school all the time. You want
Right,
to
right. And the way I understand other states do this is they travel around. So if this is something we did every fall, let's say, then, maybe this year we do one in Nashville, next year we do one in Memphis, then we go to East Tennessee or something of that nature. It is difficult, I think, with only 4 meetings a year, since these meetings become very packed full of stuff that we have to do, to kind of plan some sort of programming that would be geared towards the audience, whoever that may be. Might be a little challenging, but any thoughts or preferences?
suggestions or?
I don't think you'd want to do that excessively. I mean, once a year, other than here, I think would be all you'd want to do, because you've got to concentrate on the proceedings of the meeting. I mean, you can't get bogged down with people going from one end of the state to the other end of the state and thinking about your audience. You really need to think about what's going on in the meeting. So I think it could be distracting if it were too much trouble.
I agree with getting out of the schools. I do think it creates some issues with legal, perhaps, or, I mean, you wear multiple hats for multiple boards anyways, and so, well, I know you have dedicated time to us on certain days, but I know there's been plenty of times here where y'all have had to figure something out and come back, and there are some logistical issues, but yeah, I would not think we'd want to do that more than one time a year. I think these meetings are probably tough enough for y'all to pull together without having to do it in another city. But
I would expand on that too. I think it sounds like a great idea and would be great. It just doesn't seem very ideal from the exact reason what Trey said is if you got to go up and type up a legal update or something like that, what you got to do, or rely on some resources that are here. Plus, what do you do about the recording equipment? That just pack it up and take it with us?
Well, we could figure that out. The Architects Board does successfully do that, so I wouldn't be as concerned. We could make that happen.
That's all. I just went to Paris Landing, Tennessee with Architects Board, so it's not uncommon, and we can certainly provide legal counsel here or elsewhere without leaving the state if the board decided to meet in other places. Sometimes I have to make a phone call, but
Legal hearings, the hearings would be the only thing that would be the major complication.
right.
just couldn't have them, I wouldn't think, if you did them. You got to line up an administrative law judge and everybody. I mean, that'd be tough.
Well, I believe the state commission does have meetings on other places in the state, right? And they have formal hearings when they do them remotely as well. So it's not out of the realm of possibilities.
Or does this board want to set aside some time? And I mean, we've already got the stuff being filmed and all that. Do we do some interactive conversations with different schools around the state at different meetings? Allocate an hour or so, a Q&A or something. I mean, I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there.
I was
do a lot
thinking
with
the
technology.
same thing, that students might be more interested in asking questions than watching. I mean, I know it's all important, but it's not all
So
interesting.
So exciting.
Poor students, I'm looking out for them.
Purely you
Maybe
jest.
some panel discussions or
I think
something.
they'd rather watch us than like live on a Thursday night. I mean, that's just absolutely.
I'm hearing from our discussions that while we want to make something work with the annual convention, that's probably not practical with the dates we're playing with right now. And I doubt that the members of the Tennessee Society are necessarily, after being in the convention, want to hoof it over here just for the thrill of getting to watch us. So, Brad, do you have any difference of opinion, either one of you, on that? I think that was a no.
What did we do about the date?
We're going to leave the date alone because we don't have to change it.
Okay.
We did not officially change the date. I was just asked to
She was
look into
proposing,
it.
so.
What was the date? What were the dates?
I believe it's July 14th, 13th.
I think maybe just to look at the possibility going forward from the discussions, if there's some way we can do an interactive with, like they say, with yesterday, Brad. You could have committee meetings,
Tuesday afternoon.
yeah, or something to that effect, or the board, whatever.
Could or the board meeting? Is it?
Whichever we could schedule, and I mean, it certainly wouldn't hurt any of us that normally have the convention not to be there for a section while we're doing committee meetings or whatever. If we can explore the idea. And Brad, do you think it's beneficial do you think it's beneficial that we try to tie to the convention to give somebody an idea of what's going on, or is
I can certainly make sure that it would be okay for us to move the meeting over there from a not the location standpoint as far as the payment of that type thing, and then we can look closer at I mean, we still have an opportunity to change the dates. It's just for you all. We can do that in January. Is it your thought that we would just do a standard board meeting and let people listen in, or should we have any type of programming or things? I was thinking that we would have a speaker on maybe one of the hot topics or something to educate the board and those in the audience. That's what I was concerned would be tough to find.
you could get somebody to do part of their program as far as that, and then at the same time, maybe that afternoon do
I think
board meeting if they could do it.
The overall objective would be to have them become familiar with what we do here, right? I mean, it's not a topic. It's more of how do we conduct business? How do we go through these proceedings? How do we do what we do here? And I guess get them a more visible sense of what we do.
Right.
We become the entertainment.
That's exactly right. I consider having an open bar in the back. Big time.
Get interested.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder if it might make sense to do committee meetings and then, I don't know whether there would be an opportunity to talk to board members afterwards or something of that nature.
Actually, having the committee meetings open to them, maybe even Tuesday afternoon would, and I assume some of it could qualify for credit. You know, we could figure out something so it's additional CPE credit while they're
About
there.
nano credit?
Yeah, nanos. No, we have never had a 10-minute meeting.
Since we're the presenters, do we get 3 times the hours?
We haven't so far. We get 1 hour for all of our 2 days. Don't push it.
That's only my 3% raise this year.
Since everybody will be in town for that, could we then follow on the Wednesday with our board meeting so that they don't have to travel back?
Right,
Okay.
right. That would be the plan, would be to have it all there together.
Seems like I suggested at one point that we not end on a Friday.
Oh, really? I didn't
But-
know that.
But for some reason, I felt like that got shot down for whatever reason, but I don't know why.
No, in fact, there are several folks here that say, why does your board want to meet on a Friday?
I'm with them. I brought that point up before.
So, do we want to go, I mean, tomorrow, do you want to vote on a change in dates? And
Do you need to do any due diligence, or what do you need
yeah,
to do?
I think my concern is just about the location and how you make that work from a compensation standpoint. So I would feel better about getting that clarified.
One thing's being sure we get state rates over there.
State rates, yeah.
You're in charge of that, Floyd.
There wouldn't be a problem to change that date in January, would it?
Not that I know of.
Unless people are worried about their schedule this far.
Even won't be here.
Also consider maybe moving the dates to different days of the week, like you're taking it off Fridays, Thursdays.
So,
and
you know,
Fridays.
tomorrow, every meeting we approve the next date. So if y'all are interested in doing something other than a Thursday, Friday, we can certainly talk about that. There's no particular reason that I'm aware of that we do Thursday, Friday.
I think that the judges or something may have had something to do, and I can't remember. They were only available to us on certain days. Maybe not. That could be wrong. Somebody could
I don't think that, at least at this point, it might have
That's
been
not
at
a
some
problem.
point. Okay.
Thank you, Wendy. I'm sure we've given you perfect direction on what we expect.
Yes.
We've got a notice on here on investor classification, investigator.
Okay, so this is number 11 on your iPad, and what that is simply a draft memo from you all to the commissioner through the assistant commissioner and deputy commissioner. And this is simply a request to change Don's salary grade. He is currently paid above his salary grade and therefore not eligible for normal raises. He does get the money, just gets it in like a bonus rather than in his salary. So to make things cleaner, I asked if I could make this suggestion, and I was told yes, but that it should come from the board. So I'm coming here today to ask you all if you would be okay with a request to change his salary grade. This does not change what he's being paid. It only brings his current pay in the appropriate grade.
And I would like to make a motion that we make that recommendation to the board tomorrow.
I see a second coming over here.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Can you interpret the California mobility for us?
I wish I could. So what I provided you on your in your documents is number 12, California Mobility Project. And so basically the California adopted mobility as all other states did, but they had to set some difficult parameters in there. And part of that was assessing whether all states across the country were substantially equivalent when it comes to enforcement. So they were able to use NASBA to help gather all sorts of data and information from all of the various states across the country to determine whether each state was substantially equivalent when it came to enforcement. So the results of that study are done, and I've been advised that Tennessee is considered substantially equivalent except for the fact that we do not provide discipline on CPA Verify, or the ALD, which is the national database for licensees available to board staff. So, for instance, if somebody is trying to reciprocate here from another state, I may be able to pull their license up in North Carolina on the ALD, Accountancy Licensing Database, and for various states, there's a flag there that tells me, oh, they've been disciplined in North Carolina. Then I can call the board and ask for information regarding that discipline. Or some states give you more information, not many, but most of them provide at least a flag. We do not provide such flag. And in order to be considered substantially equivalent from an enforcement standpoint, and ultimately allow you all as practitioners to be able to operate under mobility in California, we will need to start feeding discipline or this flag over to the accountancy licensing database. So I have had several technological conversations about, can we do this? What's it going to take? That type of thing. But I can't really go any further without having you all approve that you are okay with this and that you want to move in this direction. Hopefully I've explained it okay. If you were to say yes, if this board were to say, okay, you can have this discipline on the ALD, it would simply be a flag, and it would give the user an indication that they could call the board for more information. Now, it would be anyone who's ever been disciplined. So, if you were disciplined in 1990 because you didn't, comply with your CPE audit, it wouldn't say that. It would just have a flag that you have been disciplined at some point in time. So, any thoughts?
Downside if you wanted to put more detail on it.
That's up to you all.
I'm just asking if there's any downside to doing it, because as far as I'm concerned, it's public record. It's on the website already. And the ALD is maintained by who? NASBA.
Mm-hmm.
I personally think it's a good move.
How far back? I mean, you got to go back and recreate the history, right? You wouldn't do that with new people only.
No, it's recorded in our database now. Okay. So the idea is that
to migrate that over.
You would just migrate it over. So we need some IT help to do that. And that would be the only reason we couldn't do that, Dawn, is if our IT team says we can't pull all those records for some reason.
That would be for. I mean, I worry about some of that to some degree with, the guy that pays his professional privilege tax late, or I don't know. I worry because there's such levels of distinction between our disciplinary actions that you've now put a permanent mark out there on a firm. That concerns me, because I think that, anybody can go type a name into a database now, and granted it's public record, but we're making it that much easier for someone to see that, oh yeah, there was some disciplinary action that may have happened 20 years ago, or it may have happened 30 years ago. I don't know, but I just worry that that's pretty punitive to our practitioners if we're not careful. And there's no way to distinguish between a severe action and a minor action.
I think that this board has kind of done that. Our duty is to determine if the negative thing they've done is bad enough we take away a license or we fine them. Something somebody did 20 years ago, for example, not paying privilege tax. Well, I know we didn't have it then, but it's not very significant. But you take two people. One person stole $1 million from a client. Other person didn't pay privilege tax. They got the same check. It just doesn't seem equitable, or it doesn't seem fair. It doesn't seem right.
That's
Well, I asked if about the, putting
detail.
the detail to it, that it was privilege tax violation. It's a disciplinary, but, the user's gonna have that short detail. I don't mean putting an epistle out there, but if their license is revoked for whatever reason, then the end user knows they've had a problem and they can call the board and get the actual complete details.
I think we've determined that we are, as a board, determined that the offense that they've committed, we determine the punishment for it. They serve the punishment. To me, it's done. I mean, we don't, person gets arrested for shoplifting, you don't put a permanent mark on their record. After a certain time, I guess it gets removed, I'm assuming, and so, I don't think a permanent check mark that follows you around until you are finished, until you die, is really a fair thing to do. Maybe I'm just soft on that, but I haven't done anything, but we know. I hope not.
Just so you know,
I'm just check marking
I completely hear what you're saying, and I can agree, because we get information from other states that a license has been revoked, and we're like, oh gosh, what happened? Well, it was revoked because they didn't pay, they didn't renew. So some states, every state has a different way of determining these things, and it is because there's not consistency. It's a little scary sometimes, but we are one of 9 states that do not do this. And the only the ramifications that I see would be that you all would not be able to practice in California under mobility. You would have to, if you have clients there, you would want to obtain a license there.
So their law, they require that all people who've ever had discipline be included. We couldn't say we include only those who have had a certain level of violation.
Well, discipline is considered anything from like a letter. You describe what discipline.
We have our different levels, I guess you could say, of discipline. Some are formal and some are not. So a letter of warning, for example, would not show up on this particular report because that's not considered formal discipline. A letter of warning would typically issue when we see evidence of a violation, but perhaps it's a non-licensed person who doesn't need to be licensed but did proceed under the law, or a minor infraction that was somebody's first time, and we're saying, hey, look, don't do this anymore. And then if you do it again, we'll actually issue a consent order. So anything basically a consent order and above would be on this particular report. But letters of information, letter of caution, letter of warning, just that a complaint was open and closed, none of that would show up.
What is this trying to accomplish? Because, all right, let's say that obviously by us not doing this, it affects our mobility between California and here. So let's just say we did this, and I go to apply or go to work in California, and a check pops up on my list. Somebody's still got to go back and research that.
Yes.
So, why can't they just research it on the front end if they're still going to have to go and find out what the check was for? I just don't see a big benefit here. And it's grouping all bad actors into one group, regardless of the severity.
It cuts down the number that they have to research if they want to know about everybody.
What do we do for California? Do we make California practitioners license here?
We offer individual and firm mobility, so we don't have any parameters. As long as you're.
What happens with these states where we have we've opened our borders to them? It does not make sense to me that we don't return the favor, for lack of a better way of saying it. I don't know why we would offer open mobility to a state that does not recognize our open mobility to their practitioners. So forget this issue, period, in my mind. If California doesn't want to give us mobility, we shouldn't be giving them mobility. And to me, that's just a fundamental issue. I think New York's like that. There are a lot of states out there, I feel like we've just opened the doors to everyone, and it should be us negotiating with that state board saying, we want to welcome your practitioners here, but you need to welcome ours as well. It's a two-way street. And I'm not for changing our rules and putting our practitioners in one basket just to appease California, because we're granting them open borders, and if they feel like this is such a detriment to them, your practitioners just bought a license. That's up to you. That's what I tell them. But that's my 2 cents. I feel like we're under fire enough as it is. The last thing I want to do is do something more punitive to another professional in our industry when they either paid for a mistake or they did something. They should not have a permanent scarlet A on their chest walking around wherever they go. We don't, in my mind, need to be the ones putting that A on their chest. That's my 2 cents.
I agree, and I think that needs to be a future agenda item, that if we're not granted mobility in another state, then we really need to consider whether or not we need to give the same courtesy.
I believe that would be a statutory change.
It'd be fine.
Got individual mobility and firm mobility. Right now, all states have adopted individual mobility. California has that one caveat that makes it difficult for states like us. Would you say 16 others? Yeah, for us to offer that quid pro quo, I think there are 3 states, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and maybe New York, had that in their statute, like you mentioned. We were the first state in the country to adopt individual mobility, and we did it with the premise that follow us, we'll be open, we expect you to follow us. All 50 states followed us. California is the only outlier there that we're having to deal with now. But firm mobility is another issue. How many states offer firm mobility?
We're at 17 maybe now?
17 now. We were the 3rd or 4th state to do it. In my opinion, and it's slowed. There are states that refuse to offer firm mobility for some reason. But if Tennessee went back to the legislature this next session and asked to introduce an amendment to require the board to deny mobility for those states that don't allow for our firms to go there. There are 17 that welcome our firms because they're licensed here, but the others don't. I say treat.
I think we go back and ask the legislature for that.
We can do that.
I don't think it's right that we grant open access and they don't.
It's not.
How do we make that happen?
We need a motion to recommend that to the board.
Yeah, let's do that, and then we'll decide tomorrow.
Make the motion. I'll second it because I don't know.
I make the motion that we pursue changing of the legislation that allows us to offer like mobility to other states. So if they're not giving us mobility, then we can not give them mobility.
Second that.
I'm clean that up however you want. I'm just.
Let's make it clear this is not an east-west kind of issue.
That's an SEC thing.
Maybe use reciprocate or reciprocating open.
Right, I think that's what they're saying.
Got a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Bring this to the board. We're winding down here for our part of it. Update on the evolution of peer review. There's been a lot of that going on.
All right, you ready for me?
We're ready.
Okay. Okay, so in your documents, you will see a draft. This is just for discussion and comment. Just a suggested, if you do all decide you would like to provide feedback to the AICPA on their proposed evolution of peer review administration. I believe at the last 2 meetings, I've provided their original proposal as well as a supplemental proposal in which they directed more to state boards of accountancy. I also, I believe, sent you all individual emails to get your thoughts. I tried to incorporate any thoughts that I had received from you all individually into this draft letter. I highlighted the original proposal really focuses on having a certain number of reviews that an administrator must have in order to remain an administering entity, and that was 1,000 peer reviews. I believe there are only 2 states in the country right now that actually perform that many per year, so that was a pretty lofty number. So made some comments on how we didn't necessarily believe that, that was appropriate, or that only large administering entities could perform the peer review process adequately. I also made some comments regarding the cost to firms and some concerns that some of you had made about these changes costing firms, especially small firms, more money and ultimately continuing to possibly push them out of the attest function. The cost of proper oversight, I think, is a concern. If TSCPA ceased to provide this service and our firms went to another state, how do we properly oversight that? You know, travel would almost be out of the question, so we would have to do things electronically. And then the last paragraph generally supports the TSCPA's program, and that we strongly believe that they've been doing a good job, and that we do well when we work together on issues, and we feel like that's important to improving the consistency and quality of the program.
Wendy, how many firms did you say, or how many states actually exceed that 1,000 threshold right now?
Only 2 states perform 1,000 or more reviews a year.
Is that New York and California?
It's actually Texas and California, I believe.
Texas and California. So the effect of what they're proposing in their study would reduce it to those 2 states?
No, what they are saying is that in order to continue to administer, you would have to group states together.
It becomes a complex issue.
I can tell you, I had frontline tickets to this very issue performing a peer review. In what firm in Omaha's peer review, and Nevada's the administering entity. I can tell you it took them 3 months to look at my files. I don't think they're capable of handling the volume in these other states. Like, one, you got a tough enough time finding peer reviews. You got a tough enough time people finding these RAB boards. I mean, they're not going to be able to handle this, and it has cost us so much extra time and effort just because they're overwhelmed. And so that needs to be part of this too, I think, is I don't think they can handle the volume, as well as have adequate people to administer the plan. They're already losing the peer reviewers. They're losing people left and right. A lot of these peer reviewers are retiring out, and these younger folks, the process has become so cumbersome that nobody wants to do it. And so I think they got a bigger problem on their hands. This should be the least of their worries, in my opinion.
We did get an email this week as an update from the AICPA regarding kind of where they are with this evolution. They have received 65 formal responses, including letters from 10 state boards of accountancy, 32 state CPA societies. I've seen more state boards rolling in this week, and of course, if we comment, we would meet the deadline of October 31st, so I expect some more from boards. They've been considering all the comments and proposed criteria, and they've decided they will not require a minimum number of reviews and do not have a target number of administering entities at this point. So they are backing off of those 2 items in light of the comments that they have received. They anticipate that the revised model that they come up with will look different, and they believe that we are stakeholders in the process, and accordingly, after they receive all the comments by October 31st, they are going to develop a revised proposal and make that available to us in January. So we should have before the January meeting, and we are, it's suggested that we make a comment on that revised proposal as well to help them, come up with a final plan. So that just to let you know kind of where they are.
We still shouldn't, if we want to comment, we should go ahead and send this letter. Seems to me, and I've read it. I think it's a very well-written letter. I did not find anything objectionable in here or anything I took issue with. Anybody else does, I maybe hope they would speak up, but if not, we'll run out of time, and we need to get this thing in the mail, and I would agree. Ready, I'll make a motion that we ready.
I'll accept that motion. Do I have a second?
I'm the past chairman for the past 5 years.
Everybody quit. I have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, like sign, good deal. And I'll have to say, Wendy has been on this thing. We've been on the phone together. We've been on conference calls. That one conference call was like 2 hours or something like that. It was long, detailed. We did it at the NASMA meetings, and it's because of time that's been spent in raising questions that they're revising, and I think they're listening, that the troops are not happy. So thank you for your efforts, Wendy.
That's a good letter you wrote for Don to sign.
That's exactly right, buddy. I told her today. I absolutely told her today that it's, you don't have to know anything. You just have to surround yourself with people that do. So, I guess the only other thing that's of the executive committee, and Wendy will correct me, is that Wendy has provided the list that I approved of the committee appointments for the year in your packets there. If any of you happen to have any problems with that, she solicited your input on the front end, and I think everybody got where they wanted to be. So. And the chairman didn't get a chance to say no. So. When is anything else that the executive committee needs that you know of?
That is all.
Thank you. More committee, enforcement.
So I guess call to order the enforcement committee. You all received the legal report and the complaint inventory document, I believe, on Tuesday through email. And I trust you all have reviewed it thoroughly before we get here so we can be efficient.
Hey, can I interrupt you for 1 second? I need to recuse myself from item number 4.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else have any other knowledge that either of any of these cases, I mean, legal report that you need to recuse yourself from? Feel free to speak up. So yes, we're going to it's a pretty long legal report, but first, the agenda item is the status of open complaints. And I think, Don, do you take this?
I think Karen's taken over that.
Oh, perfect. Great.
That's why it looks so much better.
Karen, I'll turn the floor over to you. Okay, Wendy, turn the floor to you.
That's all right. Okay, so just quickly, your complaint inventory is on the front page. We gave you kind of a running total by month. So at the beginning of each month, how many we had, how many we closed, how many we opened. As of July 1st, we had 50, and as of October 1st, we have 57. So, and there are some opens and closures in there. The second page, the inventory just shows you each month how, of the ones that we opened, what was the category in which they were open under, and of the ones that were closed, what those actions were on the ones that were closed for each month. So no real surprises here. We did open several for failure to respond to the CPE audit. So you all will see that in the legal report. And then the last page is just status of open complaints. Of all the ones that are open right now, this is where they fall in the process. So case received from staff, that's in Ben's court to decide whether it needs investigation or not. These aren't really in order, I don't think. Consent order proposed. Those are folks that were proposed at a prior meeting and have not signed that yet. Formal charges authorized. How is that different?
Formal charges authorizes past the consent order stage when it gets assigned to a litigator and they're going to seek formal hearing.
Okay. Formal hearing set. Inspection received. That's Don's investigative report. So he has submitted 5 that are waiting for Ben to review and put on his legal report. Inspection requested. Those are 5 that Don has on his plate to be investigating. Litigation monitoring are, of course, those that we've had to put in that status while we await some further litigation to finalize. And then staff response requested. Those are just the ones that have been opened and we were waiting on a response. Any questions?
Thank you for the preparation of that and the presentation of it. I think that's good. It was helpful for me. I have one question, and this may have been answered before, but do you keep track of like an aging of the open complaints or not?
Sorry.
Okay. I don't know that we need to see it. I was just wondering if that's something you monitor to kind of see if there's any certain classes of things you're looking at that take an extraordinary amount of time or not.
We try to. I think the policy administration here is they want legal to handle cases within 180 days of them being open. So they would like things to be fully disposed. There's some clock stopping actions I think we've mentioned before in previous meetings. Litigation monitoring or consent order proposed is one of those, and sometimes it can take quite some time, as you know, to actually schedule a formal hearing. But we do keep track of the age of all of those, yes.
Does anybody else have any questions about this item? Seeing none, do we need to actually approve this, or is this just an informational item?
Report.
Okay. Let's move to the legal report then. If you've got it's on your iPad. I don't know what number because I'm working off paper.
Number 15.
Number 15. Like I said, this was sent to us on Tuesday the 18th. I hope you all have read through it. I'm sure you have. The first 3 items on here are part of the total first 7 that are recommended by legal counsel to be closed, but because they relate together or relate to each other and they're a little bit complicated, I've asked legal counsel to actually do the honor of introducing these and perhaps being able to tell us which ones are which and how they relate.
Yes, sir, of course. Okay, so we'll talk about all 3 of them simultaneously.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Complaint number 1 and 2 was the same complaint against 1, a licensee at a state governmental entity, and 2, a firm. Basically, the complaining party performed an audit, felt that it should have been done one particular way, disagreed with, I think, an assessment of the comptroller's office, and filed this complaint as a means to protect her client. Then the firm, in case number 1, then disagreed with her assessment and then filed a complaint against her for her work on that audit. All 3 of these were investigated simultaneously by Don, and basically his assessment is that this is a difference in professional opinion and that there wasn't, neither of them are performing anything, did anything wrong in the performance of their work.
The one question that I had as I was reading the 3 of them is it almost looked like they were trying to use us to perhaps referee some personal difference. Is that a fair assessment or not?
Yes, sir, that's a fair assessment.
Have we had issues where that's looking like it's becoming a problem? In other words, I guess from a legal standpoint, are these frivolous complaints that are being filed in retaliation towards someone else?
I think they both, and Don, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think they both believe that they were right in their position. And so from that standpoint, they're not frivolous.
Okay.
I think when the firm received a complaint against it from the other firm, I think they were probably a little taken aback, and then I think that they, in order to try to protect themselves and their client, felt it was necessary that they file a complaint against the other firm for what they believed to be was bad work.
That's all my questions. Does anyone else have a question about 1, 2, or 3? Seeing none, I will accept a motion.
No further questions from me,
or tomorrow on items number 1, 2, and 3 on the legal report. Motion. Let me ask again. Does anybody have a recommendation to follow the legal counsel's recommendation for number 1, 2, and 3 in our report to the board tomorrow?
Make that motion.
Is there a second? Any more discussion? Seeing none. Since Kevin is on the phone, do we have to do roll call?
Yes.
Okay. So can we call the vote?
Abe Roberts.
Aye.
Janet Booker Davis.
Aye.
Larry Elmore.
Aye.
Kevin Monroe.
Aye.
Judy Weatherby.
Aye.
So the ayes have it. So number 4, Mr. Watkins has recused himself for it. The complainant alleged that the respondent firm was in violation of the conflict of interest rules for the ACCPA. The conflict of interest apparently emanated from the respondent firm performing audits for a client's employee benefit plan, while at the same time having a wholly owned subsidiary of that respondent firm receiving compensation from the client for the performance of administrative services. Looks like we investigated this upon request from board legal counsel. Based on the investigation, it appears that the respondent firm followed DOL guidelines in order to ensure that no impairment of independence existed before accepting the first audit of a benefit plan for which the subsidiary also provided services. And nothing in the investigation revealed a direct or indirect material financial interest of the respondent firm in the employee benefit plan audits. And so as a result of that, legal counsel suggests or recommends that we close this complaint. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I will accept a motion to follow the recommendation of legal counsel.
So moved.
So moved. This is Kevin.
Okay. So we've got a motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
All right. Motion is second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote, please.
Gabe Roberts.
Aye.
Janet Booker Davis.
Aye.
Larry Elmore.
Aye.
Kevin Monroe.
Aye.
Judy Weatherby.
Aye.
All right. Ayes have it. Number 5. This is an issue where a complainant alleges that the respondent stole assets of his deceased mother's estate, and the complainant and the respondent are brothers. The respondent was the executor of the estate and was not doing so in his professional capacity as a CPA. There apparently was cooperation between the respondent in his timely responses to the investigation. And as a result, the complainant was never able to provide documentary evidence of any allegations and then failed to respond to the respondent's response to the complaint. That was a lot of words right there that sounded alike. But anyway, the legal counsel, based on this investigation, believes and recommends that we should close this complaint. Any questions? Seeing none, I will accept a motion to accept legal counsel's recommendation.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second? And I have a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please call for a vote.
Gabe Roberts.
Aye.
Janet Booker Davis.
Aye.
Larry Elmore.
Aye.
Kevin Monroe.
Aye.
Judy Weatherby.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Number 6, the complaint was filed against the respondent alleging the independence, objectivity, and conflict of interest violations in the respondent's representation of a client. The client was the complainant's ex-wife, or now ex-wife, and employee of the respondent. It appears that the respondent was retained by the wife's attorney to be a financial expert in the divorce proceedings. And then there was a romantic relationship that began at that point. You can obviously continue reading through the rest of this, but wanted to point out that our board investigator met with the respondent and respondent's counsel and obtained affidavit and relevant materials. Also spoke with the complainant and received an email summarizing a conversation. At the end of the day, it says the complainant also at this time alleged that the respondent conspired with the complainant's ex-wife to hide marital assets, but could not provide any evidence to support this allegation. So the board investigators reviewed the respondent's work papers and didn't uncover any evidence of this allegation. So as a result of this investigation, legal counsel recommends that we close this complaint. Any questions about number 6? Seeing none, I will accept a motion to follow legal counsel's recommendation, or any other motion that they may have.
I recommend that we follow legal counsel's motion.
All right, I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, can we please call for a vote?
Gabe Roberts.
Aye.
Janet Booker Davis.
Aye.
Larry Elmore.
Aye.
Kevin Monroe.
Aye.
Judy Weatherby.
Aye.
All right, ayes have it. Number 7, this is the only matter on this report where the recommendation is for a letter of information. And Luke, Mr. Counsel, I don't know what a letter of information is. Can you explain that for us?
When we want to provide some education to the there's not evidence of a violation per se, but there are, in this particular case especially, the firm was advertising that one of its employees is a CPA, and that person is a CPA, but in a different state. So it's not an action by the CPA that was wrong. It's not really an action by the firm that's wrong. It's kind of in the netherworld. Had the CPA put this information out himself, then certainly we could open a complaint and discipline them for holding themselves out without being licensed. So we're just going to close this, but inform them that if he's going to hold himself out as a CPA, or if they're going to, then he needs to get licensed here in Tennessee.
Great, good explanation too. One question: at the end of the first paragraph, there's a however that's kind of hanging out there. Was something left off we need to be made aware of?
No, sir. I think that's probably just a typo.
Okay. So you've heard a much better summary of this case than I would have from legal counsel. Are there any questions about this? Seeing none, I'll accept the motion on this matter.
Move that we accept the recommendation provided by council.
Thank you. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, will you please call the roll?
Gabe Roberts.
Aye.
Janet Booker Davis.
Aye.
Larry Elmore.
Aye.
Kevin Monroe.
Aye.
Judy Weatherby.
Aye.
All right, that's happened. Moving down to
Mr. Roberts,
yes.
just to clarify, what that was going to be is basically how I kind of explained it just now, is that however, this wasn't an action by the CPA, and so because it wasn't his action, no one's really involved here.
Okay. All right. Recommended letters of warning. So if legal counsel is okay with this, it looks like numbers 8, 11, 12, 13, and 14 all deal with cases that arose from the contractors board. Is that correct? While they all aren't substantively the same, they're very similar, right? Could you provide us a really quick overview? It seems like in all of these cases, the contractors board received filings in each instance of financial statements in various phases. Some were compiled, I guess, some were reviewed. And it came to our attention, the board's attention, that this was occurring. In each one of those instances, the person either wasn't a licensee or was a licensee but did not have the qualifications to issue a reviewed financial statement matter.
Yes, sir.
That's a general overview of those.
That's exactly right.
Okay. Are there any specific details of any of those that you're aware of we need to talk about and review specifically that would change your recommendation for those matters? Okay. So if you look at, again, numbers 8, 11, 12, 13, and 14, the recommendation is to close the complaint and issue a letter of warning to the individuals involved. So can we make a motion on these as a group then?
Sir.
Okay. I will accept a motion on numbers 8, 11, 12, 13, and 14.
I move we accept legal's recommendation on 8, 11, 12, 13, and 14.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion?
Just had a quick question. How do y'all get notified? Does the contractor board actually check the CPA's license number and then notify y'all if they don't?
They have a CPA
It
on.
is on the form, that's right.
They have a CPA on staff that reviews these when they come in, so he brings them to us if something looks odd.
Okay, no further discussion. Will you call the roll, please?
Gabe Roberts.
Aye.
Janet Booker Davis.
Aye.
Larry Elmore.
Aye.
Kevin Monroe.
Aye.
Judy Weatherby.
Aye.
All right, ayes have it. Number 10, board staff received a complaint against respondent alleging unlicensed activity. The complainant sent in a quote audit review report from the respondent, and the respondent is an unlicensed as an individual and also as a firm. The respondent, when approached about this, responded stating that the audit review report is for a small not-profit association, which works to keep a Tennessee lake clean, and that respondent accepted no compensation for the work. Respondent states that he volunteers for the association and admits having no formal accounting or auditing training. Respondent stated the association did not have money for a professional to prepare the audit report, and he or she was very apologetic and stated would never attempt to perform such work again. So the recommendation is based on this to close the complaint with a letter of warning. Any questions or discussion?
Mr. Roberts, we had skipped over number 9.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I hit that after we get to 10?
Sir.
Which number is this you're talking
Number
about?
10. Okay. Seeing no discussion, I'll accept the motion.
A motion that we will accept legal counsel's motion to close the complaint, or suggestion to close the complaint.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Any further discussion or questions?
The recommendation was to close with a letter of warning.
That's right. Yeah, so I think your motion, I'm sorry, you want to restate your motion?
Sure. I move that we close the complaint with a letter of warning as moved by the council.
Amended motion, is there a second for the amended motion?
I ask a question on this.
Absolutely.
He sent in an audit review report. So is this all about that he didn't realize what he was doing? person?
To ask him.
This person has zero educational training as an accountant, and I believe he was trying to help out a nonprofit organization of which he sits on the board, and he just was like, "Oh, I can Google this and put." No, sir. And he sits on the board. Yeah.
Okay.
There may be some nano classes available. All right. No more further discussion. And will you call for the roll, please?
Abe Roberts.
Aye.
Janet Booker Davis.
Aye.
Larry Elmore.
Aye.
Kevin Monroe.
Aye.
Judy Weatherby.
Ayes have it. Let's go back to number 9 because I missed that one. Board staff investigated and opened a complaint against respondent alleging unlicensed activity. It looks like the respondent appeared to be holding him or herself out as a CPA in their bio on his or her employee's website. The designation on the website did not have inactive or retired next to it. And the employer is in Tennessee, but it's not a CPA firm. So upon the investigation and talking with the respondent stated that the person does hold an inactive CPA license from North Carolina, but not from Tennessee. And the respondent removed the CPA designation from the website bio. After confirming that the person actually didn't lie to us, and they do in fact have an inactive license in North Carolina, they recommend that we close this complaint with an issuance of a letter of warning regarding holding themselves out as a CPA when they're actually inactive. Any questions? Any motion?
I move we accept legal's recommendation.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, will you please call roll?
Sir. Gabe Roberts.
Aye.
Janet Booker Davis.
Aye.
Larry Elmore. Kevin Monroe.
Aye.
Judy Weatherby.
All right, ayes have it. Let's move to number 15 now. That's what I have as the next one. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
This was an anonymous complaint alleging unlicensed activity on the respondent. The materials that submitted consisted of a printoff from a Chamber of Commerce and 2 photos of signage showing the use or title of or designation which is reserved for actually licensed CPAs. The board records indicate that the respondent doesn't hold a CPA license in Tennessee and was responded of this. The respondent stated that he was unaware of the prohibition of the use of that language by the non-licensees and has removed offending signage. The respondent also stated that he is an approved CPA candidate and currently preparing to take another section of the CPA examinations in November. Other than the fact that I would hope that our CPA candidates would understand that they have to use certain language only when they have a license, I don't have any further questions. Does anyone else?
He'll have to take that ethics exam when he gets the rest of it done. So,
seeing none, would entertain a motion.
follow legal's recommendation.
So motions or a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, will you please call the roll?
Abe Roberts.
Aye.
Janet Booker Davis.
Aye.
Larry Elmore. Kevin Monroe.
Aye.
Judy Weatherby.
The ayes have it. So then again, Mr. Legal Counsel, if this is okay, it looks like number 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20 all deal with CPE audits. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Are we able then to take these all in one fell swoop?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So each of these cases is where an individual, the respondent, I guess, in this case, did not respond timely to a CPE audit. The respondent failed to respond perhaps initially, but then, so let's just go through this real quick. 16, in this case, the respondent failed to respond to the initial audit, but did not respond in a timely manner to the complaint with proof of the required CPE. Legal counsel believes that we should close this with a letter of warning. On 17, it was the same issue. The respondent failed to respond to the initial CPE audit. In 17, the respondent did respond in a timely manner, showing that they actually obtained the required CPE in the right time period. Same thing with number 18. The respondent, while failing to respond to the initial audit, did respond in a timely manner with proof of required CPE to the board. 19, same thing, failed to respond to the initial audit, but did respond in a timely manner to the complaint with proof that required CPE. So let's hold off on 20. So 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19. I'm sorry, 16, 17, 18, and 19. We just went through. Are there any questions about that?
Sure that we accept the recommendation.
Have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion is second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, will you please call the roll?
Abe Roberts.
Aye.
Janet Booker Davis.
Aye.
Larry Elmore.
Aye.
Kevin Monroe.
Aye.
Judy Weatherby. Oh, sorry.
I still have that though, right? Okay. Number 20, similar situation, but it's a little bit different. So let's talk through that piece. 20, the respondent failed to respond initially, but did respond in a timely manner to the complaint with the CPE like the other ones. But in the response that we received, the respondent provided records of 85 hours of CPE for the audit period, but 17 of these CPE hours were taken in 2015, which is the time period they were supposed to take them in, but the examination for the hours wasn't taken until mid-2016. Now, there were several extenuating circumstances. Examples are that her husband was very ill for 2 years and then passed away in January of 2015, so the beginning of that year. During the time that the respondent was attempting, I'm assuming, to complete the CPE, but also care for her husband, she was working full-time and then also cared for him at their home. And then in November 2015, at the end of the year, the respondent had 2 shoulders replaced, it looks like, and then had a car wreck in mid-2016. So all of these things, as I understand it, led you all to recommend that we close this with a letter of warning. My only question is this something that technically should go to the licensing committee, since it's talking about mistiming of examinations with CPE?
But still a disciplinary action because failure to take the appropriate amount of CPE in that time period is a violation of our rules.
Okay. So we can approve it, but it doesn't have to go to licensing committee.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. That's my only question. Any questions? Or does anybody have a motion?
This is just a motion for item 20.
Just for item 20.
Okay, I'll move that we accept legal's recommendation.
Okay. Motion. Is there a second? All right. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, will you please call the roll?
Abe Roberts.
Aye.
Janet Booker Davis.
Aye.
Larry Elmore. Kevin Monroe.
Aye.
Judy Weatherby.
Ayes have it. Number 21, the board staff opened a complaint against respondent for appearing to hold himself out as a PA while on an expired license. I hate to admit this, but I'm not sure I know what a PA is.
A public accountant, which was you were able to have that designation many years ago, and they were grandfathered in.
Oh, okay. It's not something. Gotcha. The respondent failed to timely respond, but this is due to a change of office locations. So we sent our inquiries to that person's old address because we didn't have the new address, and that's why they didn't respond timely. The respondent provided a statement that he now works for his son's bookkeeping company and that his son put the PA designation on the website in error without knowing that the respondent let his license expire. The respondent does not engage in any services that would require a PA license, and the respondent's employer has since removed the PA designation from the website. The respondent holds an expired Tennessee PA license and was disciplined in the board in 2012 regarding a significant error in the preparation of client's tax returns. The recommendation, though, is to close this with the issuance of a letter of warning regarding the prohibition of using PA title on an expired license, and a recommendation to close the license.
Oh, Wendy, isn't the PA designation extinct? I mean,
You only have, I think, 12 on record. So
most people didn't. I thought they all just got the CPA designation.
I'm not sure I know all the details there, but there was a certain amount of time you could move over to a CPA designation. These people chose not to do that, and were still able to practice. And so, like I said, I think there's 12 left.
The thought back when all that was going on was that Casey probably was in the middle of that. You may have been on the board then, but
Wendy has explained it according to my understanding. I mean, we actually had a PA in our office, a lady that is still there. She's got 75 years in now. She's getting quite old, but she was a PA and she became a CPA. But there were certain people elected or opted out or didn't want to do what was required.
Yeah, and you had a certain time frame. So if you didn't do it in that certain time frame, it was like somebody can't come to me today and say, "Oh, I just want to transfer over." You can't do that.
All back then was that you bring them in under the fold and we can regulate them as opposed to them being out here.
I think more than anything, it was to get rid of the PA designation altogether, and there would be no more PAs, but you had to do something for the people that already had that designation. It's kind of like they'll die on the vine. You know, enough time goes by, we won't have any more.
I'm surprised there still are some.
Yeah, I am too, and it's down to a very small number. But I had a if I could ask a question about this case, though, is this firm that he was working for, is it a CPA firm? Or?
No, sir.
So
it's just him and his son. It's just bookkeeping.
Do you know what kind of, just bookkeeping?
Yes, sir. I think bookkeeping and some taxes.
They're not holding out as an accounting.
No, sir.
We're using the title. Okay. Excuse me.
Any other discussion or questions? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I recommend we accept the recommendation.
This motion, is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, will you please call the
Gabe Roberts.
Aye.
Janet Booker Davis.
Aye.
Larry Elmore.
Aye.
Kevin Monroe.
Aye.
Judy Weatherby.
Sorry to abuse my power, but as the chair, I think I have the authority to do this. I got to make a quick phone call because I'm not going to make a 5 o'clock meeting. Can we take a 2-minute recess so I can do that? Sorry.
I let him do it.
Ben, on this one we were just looking at, was this respondent agreeable to closing out his license?
Well, I haven't quite recommended it. I mean, in the letter that we're going to send, we're going to recommend they close it out. That way he's not under any obligation to keep us privacy.
All right, sorry about that. We will reconvene. So we're now to the area where we have recommended consent orders, and we're going to go with number 22.
Abe, if you want, we could go through them all and then batch vote.
That'd be great.
Just to expedite the process.
Yeah, perfect. Okay.
So or just ask if anybody has any questions on any of the ones.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I need to recuse myself from number 28.
Number 28. Okay, great. Thank you. So let the record show that Ms. Weatherby's recused herself from number 28.
Did we finish number 21?
Yeah, we voted on it.
Okay.
So number 22. So are we saying that I need to go and summarize each one of them, or can we just ask questions about the batch of consent orders?
If anybody has any questions on 22 through 27,
let's do
we
that.
can walk through them if you'd like. I mean, it's entirely up to you.
You all, like I said, we've reviewed this in advance, so let's do that. For numbers 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27, not including 28. Is anybody, we'll give you a few minutes to look through it. Are there any questions either about the facts or about the recommendation? Let's go to 22 first, and I have a question about that one. The $3,200 civil penalty says it's $1,000 a year for each full year not enrolled in peer review, and then $1,200 for back due firm renewal fees. Maybe I was assuming that they always would have to pay back firm renewal fees, et cetera, and that would be outside the civil penalty. Is that not the case?
Not the case.
Okay. So whenever we have cases like this is for me going forward, we need to assume that whatever the penalty fee is that we do, we need to make sure that it's fair in terms of incorporating all back fees and renewals plus anything else. Is that right? Okay. I really like the way you put that out there, and I would hope that in the future, if you see something like that, you'll do it again as a reminder to us. So 22, the recommendation is for a hearing, a formal hearing for the revocation of the respondent CPA's firm permit with the authority to settle via consent order upon the respondent's payment of a civil penalty in the amount of $3,200. And again, that's $1,000 for each full year not enrolled in peer review, and then $1,200 for back due firm renewal fees and late fees. Any questions on 22? Okay. 23, the recommendation here is for a formal hearing for the revocation of the respondent's CPA license with the authority to settle via consent order upon the respondent's payment of a civil penalty in the amount of $1,000. Also, the respondent shall be required to submit proof of completion of 104 hours of CPE within 180 days of entry of the order, or the license shall be automatically suspended. My question was just how we landed on $1,000.
That's typical. That's what the board has historically done with CPE violations.
Other questions on number 23? 24, again, it is $1,000. The recommendation is for a formal hearing with the ability to settle via consent order upon the payment of $1,000, and also having to complete 104 hours of CPE within 180 days. Any questions on 24? 25 is the exact same recommendation. Any questions on 25? All right, 26. I'm sorry, turned the wrong page. 26. This is the exact same recommendation, $1,000, 104 hours of CPE within 180 days, or the license shall be automatically suspended. Seeing no questions. On 27, do you want to summarize a little bit of this, Ben, just because it's a little bit more detailed than the others?
Yes, sir. Let me just review it real quick.
Okay. This one caught my eye because it was about potentially not being fully forthright with the peer review folks.
Okay, so this particular complaint is based primarily upon this respondent performing audit work before having an approved contract. And my understanding from Don's investigation is that you have to have the contract approved prior to doing the work. The reason why the contract was not approved was because this particular CPA firm failed their peer review, and in that investigation into the peer review, they had also not done the CPE that they're supposed to have done. So it's kind of a cascading effect here.
So is this a situation where it's like an signed engagement letter? You have to have the approved contract in hand if you're going to perform the service. Is that how that works? With it?
To work for the comptroller, you must have an approved contract before you begin your field work.
Okay, I didn't realize that. So what was can we talk about the reasoning around so the recommendation says $1,000, but it has 500 and,
that's a typo.
So is it supposed to be 500 or 1,000?
Should be 1,000.
Okay.
Let me check. I believe it's supposed to be 1,000.
And the reasoning behind this, first time offense, or?
Oh, it is a first time offense. However, I think the reasoning for this was that she admitted in her peer review that she didn't do a CPE, and she does these kinds of contracts with the comptroller before and knows that you have to have an approved contract prior to performing the work. And so I thought it would be prudent to remind this licensee of her obligations on both CPE and with regard to her firm payment.
I'd be interested to hear what other committees thought. I mean, it seems to me like, you could at least make the reasonable argument that $1,000 is too low because you've got a peer review issue, working without a contract issue, continuing to practice without peer review, not keeping the firm permanent up to date, failing to disclose CPE deficiency, and then having the CPE deficiency itself. I mean, you could probably really add some things up, and I'm not necessarily advocating for that, but I'd be interested to see what you all thought, especially as practitioners.
Contract.
I think it should be more punitive, given the long list of deficiencies.
Is there any type of CPE specifically designed towards this, where you understand with government work or comptroller work that you have to have a contract signed and approved in hand? I mean, is there anything like
There's
that?
a state audit manual that you're supposed to follow when you conduct work on that behalf. So,
Wondering if there's some type of penalty.
This
we can give
practitioner's
CPE
been doing
training.
yellow book work since I worked for the comptroller in 1986.
Okay.
to me, there was clear intent not to get the contract. I mean, she knew she didn't have her peer review, so therefore, I mean, to me, there seemed to be some willful neglect there. You can't get the contract without your peer review. She did not have the contract.
If it was
The
just an
the
issue-
contract wasn't approved because
She
the
didn't work
comptroller
anyways.
requires a passing peer review. Yeah, so
Yeah.
again, it's like Ben said, it was a
It's
cascade.
not really charging her a penalty for not having the contract.
Comptroller forgave.
But what's strange is you've got to submit the report back to the comptroller's office. It's kind of like you don't have the.
I mean,
None of it
I'm
makes
trying
sense.
to understand, we're not really assigning a part of this penalty to the fact that she didn't have a contract, because you're saying that she didn't have a contract because she
Shouldn't be performing an audit without a contract. It's not allowed.
And, but
So that's an offense on its own.
Yeah, but if we had a complaint about somebody that was just doing state audit work and didn't have their engagement letters or the contracts timely, we wouldn't be assessing. Initially got one and it was just late, then we probably wouldn't be assessing a penalty. But in this case, she was not.
Do you think we need to modify?
I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah.
If we had a complaint that ABC firm was doing state audit work and was getting their contract signed after they started their field work, I don't think we'd be assessing them a penalty for that. Oh, and that's my point. She never got one.
So because
but this sounds like she just was late getting one.
I don't think she ever got it. I think they're saying the comptroller just allowed it to go forward without a signed contract. Is that right?
They were the ones who referred it to us.
Right. I mean, I think if we had any other case with anyone else who's failing to abide by the standards that they need to abide by, regardless of whether or not they have a contract signed after the fact, we were going to open up a complaint against them and issue discipline. She could not start this work by law and rules until she had an approved contract, and she did. So I think if any other firm did the same thing, we'd still open up a complaint against them and seek discipline as well.
I'm just trying to understand the complaint, and I've never got one. It wasn't that she was late getting one; she just didn't get one.
I think I tend to agree that I think where you may have been going, Larry, is that it's kind of hard to follow what exactly the fine relates to, the penalty relates to. Maybe we need to clarify of the multitude of things here.
Right, and
Let's
I
try
think
to assign it.
that's why I included the $1,000 was for the failure to abide by the standards, and then the automatic audit of CPE was for the disclosure regarding that she did not have the appropriate CPE according to the peer review. And so those were the two things: an audit for the CPE and a $1,000 penalty for failing to follow standards.
Should we? I mean, is this consistent with the other folks who performed an attest engagement without peer review?
You mean the ones we just closed earlier?
Yeah, I mean, just because I just want to make sure that
Yes,
we're not
I
forgetting the peer review piece.
I would distinguish this just as Don said, that this particular individual has been doing these things for 30 years versus some folks that were issuing financial statements for friends, or one guy was a CPA and he works at a firm, but then it's not. He did a financial statement for his friend as well without compensation. I think this,
She failed peer review. Isn't that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, I think
failed peer review. do you really know what you're doing? I don't know.
Failed with, I mean, it's like, do these things.
Well, when you fail a peer review, you're required to do several remedial corrective actions. From the peer review committee requires several, and I believe the comptroller's office was requiring her to submit all of those items to them to help substantiate why they should continue to approve contracts for her.
Accept the audit from her.
But not the one that was issued without a contract. It's gone back they've requested revision.
But I mean, who's issuing that financial statement? Are they getting another CPA firm to come in and do it, or are they going to accept the audit from that individual?
My understanding, the last conversation I had with him, that if she makes the revisions requested in their letter of like September 21st, they will accept the audit. The audits that she has submitted since that time require pre-issuance review. Is my understanding that there has been acceptance of it, but they've all been pre-issuance reviewed, except the one that she sent in March without the contract. It's literally has not been accepted, but not because she didn't have a contract.
I misunderstood the wording here. Now that I've read it again, did the report and still didn't have the contract. The second paragraph says that she had admitted working on the audit without an approved contract, which led me to believe that she just started it without getting it yet. But
I guess my concern is that $1,000 and a CPE audit is the same thing as 21 through 26 that we just looked at, and these are 22 through 26, and these were just because folks didn't respond to the initial CPE audit. And this looks to me like someone who's had a long career doing this, knows better, and I think it's reasonable to infer had to be doing this intentionally, right? So I just don't know that. I want to be fair, but I also need to be consistent. And being consistent, I think, is our most important charge, because then the public knows how it works. And I feel like if we're treating the two things exactly the same, the balance of harm.
So you're saying the penalty seems too low?
It seems too low. It seems a little bit too loose and not tied to what the results are. But I don't have necessarily a recommendation as to what it should be. So I guess one question is, would you mind taking another look at it tonight and representing it to us tomorrow? Is that possible? And we just leave this one open?
Yes, I'll be happy to.
Is that okay? So we can leave this one open and we can just bring this up tomorrow in the board.
It was 1,000 or 500.
It was 1,000, I believe, right? Is what you intended?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I recommend that we ask legal counsel to go back and maybe recalibrate this, and then we can bring it up to the board in full tomorrow and actually not have a recommendation for number 27 if the committee is okay with that. That doesn't need to be voted on, does it? Okay. Okay, so let's stop there and go back and vote on 22 through 26 then. And we can do this in a batch. So I'm happy to accept a motion on numbers 22 through 26.
Move that we accept legal's recommendation.
A motion, is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, will you please call the roll?
Gabe Roberts.
Aye.
Janet Booker Davis.
Aye.
Larry Elmore.
Aye.
Kevin Monroe.
Aye.
Judy Weatherby.
Aye.
Have it, and we will keep number 27 open.
And Gabe, my apologies. This is Kevin Monroe, but I'm going to have to step back out into my board meeting here that I'm attending in Washington, D.C. So I'm going to, at this point, need to jump off of the call here. My apologies for that.
Okay, thanks for joining us.
Kevin, Don Royston, thank you so much for your input. Thanks for your feedback. Can you turn this on?
All right, so we're moving on to number 28, and for the record, Ms. Weatherby has recused herself from this. Number 28,
We opened a complaint against a respondent for being convicted of a felony and for failure to notify the board of a felony within 30 days. It looks like we came across this through a newspaper article online. The respondent had been a CEO of a bank until 2012, and then from 2009 to 2012, apparently the respondent gave preferential treatment to a bank customer. The actions resulted in the bank losing more than $9 million. The respondent timely responded to the notification of the complaint. He admitted making a regrettable mistake, did not know the actions constituted a crime, pled guilty, and will be sentenced January the 12th, 2017. He has an inactive CPA license, asserts that the mistake wasn't made in any way as a CPA, and requested that he not lose his license because it would cause him to lose a life insurance policy that he had purchased. After meeting with the respondent and obtaining materials, including the plea agreement, the board investigator learned that the respondent is involved in not only the criminal matter but a civil matter, and it's wiped out their financial standing right now. So the board provided the investigator, with character reference letters. So the recommendation is that there's a formal hearing for the revocation of the respondent's CPA license with the authority to settle via consent order upon the suspension of the respondent's CPA license for 5 years. My question was that, and I'm not saying that we should give weight to this request about not losing the license for life insurance, but wouldn't a revocation or suspension for 5 years, would that not cause him to lose his life insurance policy?
No, because the suspension, you still have the license, you just can't practice on it, versus a revocation where you lose the license.
Were y'all able to confirm that this life insurance policy did exist and that one of the conditions was maintaining a CPA license?
I think it's an AICPA life insurance policy. So other than that, I believe it's their practice that you need to have a active license, but I'm not positive.
So if an active license and suspend status is okay?
Don't know.
I just felt that this was the maximum discipline up without revoking it.
Y'all, especially the practitioners, may have more. I don't understand the difference of an AICPA policy or not.
So suspension, does that mean that after 5 years is just he doesn't have to come back here, or does he?
I mean,
what's the difference between a suspension and a revocation? Well,
And
I guess
a suspension, you have to pay your renewal fees and continue to get CPE. You just can't practice. You still have to go through the same reinstatement process as you would with a revocation.
Did the request about not wanting to lose a life insurance policy play any role in your decision of what your recommendation was?
I think the whole picture played into my recommendation based upon, not obtain. He was not compensated in any way for what he did, other than his normal. Like, he didn't defraud anyone. He didn't steal this money himself. I think I thought of that as a mitigating factor, yes, in addition to the civil suit and the financial toll it's taken on his family. And that he's admitted the violation here and pled guilty to the criminal charges as well.
Comments?
Bank
Questions?
lost $9 million on bad checks because it says he was allowing the customer to deposit bad checks.
So he didn't know that, and he's saying he didn't know the depositing bad checks is not cool.
not cool.
Especially $9 million. I mean, I can see 50.
I mean, there's got to be
There's some big checks.
My understanding is that he was taking a check.
Well, lines of credit, and he would issue a line of credit to another bank, and then they all went belly up at once.
Oh,
That's laughing.
And he didn't know that this
kiting,
was,
whatever.
come on.
It seems like light to steal
Plea-
$9 million.
His plea
and not
agreement
lose
is
your license
conspiracy.
and get to kind of dictate what you want. Hey, I mean, I'd love to have a lot of things, but
Yeah, and my question is, if he's getting sentenced on the 12th, I mean, maybe it's inappropriate, but why wouldn't we place this in litigation monitoring to see what happens? Does this not
because
fit?
he pled guilty, so there's not. I mean, the fault is there.
Okay.
Whether or not, whether he's in jail for 5 years or 10 years, I don't know how that would impact, what you guys would want to do with regard to his license.
To a felony charge.
Yeah.
There's nothing to monitor. It's
Right,
just
exactly,
the arraignment
yeah.
piece. Okay.
If he were
He actually
applying,
was supposed to be sentenced earlier this week, but it was postponed until January.
if he were applying for a new license and he had done this, his license would be denied, wouldn't it?
If someone has a felony and they apply for initial licensure, they have to provide written documentation to explain what that felony is, and then typically we bring those before the board, so the board
Shouldn't
can
we
review it.
consider that? What, I mean, it seems like to me we ought to put him in the position he would be in if he were applying and he had already done this.
I agree. I mean, yes, sir, I agree. I don't know what you'd want to. I mean, we already know he's pled guilty to the felony, so I mean, I don't know. It's not like that.
So what we're doing is revoking his license for 5 years.
Suspending his license for 5 years.
And he would have to come back here and seek reinstatement at the end of 5 years. Which, if we did a revocation, the most we can revoke is 5 years, right?
The process is
or no,
the same.
Is that right?
I mean, when you have a suspended license, you still have a property right in that license. If you have a revoked license, it's gone. And then the board can refuse to issue that person who's seeking reinstatement of a revoked license for no reason at all. But if you have a suspended license, at the end of 5 years, you have to do all the CPE, you got to pay all the fees, and at the end of 5 years, my understanding is that upon application, it just goes back to active status.
Nanoseconds?
Don't know.
Revoking his license with this recommendation?
No, sir. All of the recommendations with regard to consent orders all start the exact same way, and that allows us to reserve the right to potentially revoke this license for this charge. So all of them say formal hearing for the revocation of the license, but in lieu of that, we are going to settle for the second half of the recommendation.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
What I'm hearing, though, is that there's uncomfortableness if at the end of 5 years he can get his license back without coming in front of us. And so is there a way to modify this recommendation so this is suspend status, but you can't become active until you come before the board?
Sure, we can add that in there.
It seems like the concern is that we could be able to just get his license.
So are you saying two different things? Because I think I just asked that earlier, but you're saying if he comes back at the end of 5 years, there is no, in this language as it stands, there's no, it's just reinstated at the end of 5 years.
Yes, sir. So if we revoke a license, the property right is gone. If it's a suspension on a license, or even we can limit someone's practice, the property right is still there, and so they still have that license. Suspended is just a different classification. Revoked, it's gone. So what this language has right here is that the board would authorize a formal hearing for revocation, but we will settle for a 5-year suspension of the license. If the board would like to require, as Mr. Roberts pointed out, this individual come back before the board at the end of that 5 years, we can certainly add that into this language.
Actually plead guilty for
Conspiracy.
Conspiracy to commit fraud or theft. Mm-hmm. I mean, we're giving him a proper right in the CPA, but the property that he stole, it's gone. I mean, it's $9 million that's
he didn't steal the money
that he caused to disappear. He caused it to disappear.
Caused a $9 million hurt on the bank.
Could I ask a question
CPA.
here? I mean, what have we done in prior situations where you've got a convicted felon? I mean, if we have done suspensions, then I think we probably I would think we need to maybe do what you're recommending. But convicted felon is pretty serious. And I mean, the guy has confessed, and I mean, if he is a convicted felon, have you looked to see if we failed to revoke a license in any other situation where you've got a felony conviction?
These do not come up very often, and I have not looked into the history as to what the board has done. I do remember we had a gentleman come before the board, I think last spring, to issue a license who had twice been convicted of manufacturing marijuana.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a little different.
Which I know is different than a conspiracy to commit fraud.
We had that one case, I don't know if you remember, where the broker and the CPA stole the retired individual's money, and I mean, that was a bad deal. We assessed like $115,000 fine.
I just think this is
Revoke the
too,
license.
I just think this is too light.
Yeah.
I do too. I think it needs to be revoked, and I would, unless there's precedent for doing otherwise, I think we need to do that. And then at the appropriate time, he can come back after he's served his sentence or done whatever he has to do, he can come back and reapply. I think there should be forgiveness. If somebody has served their time, served their sentence, paid their penalties or whatever, and rehabilitated themselves, I believe this board, and I think I remember cases where we have done that. But right now, this guy's a convicted felon, and I don't think he ought to have, as you say, a copyright or the ability to say I'm a CPA, just suspended. I mean, I think we ought to revoke his license, and it's not our. I mean, if it is an AICPA policy, I regret that's something personal to him, but we need to do what's best, based on what the laws and rules say, and I think we ought to revoke his license.
I agree with that. Okay, so do you have to have a formal hearing to do that, or can you? It has to be a formal hearing, right?
We can see. I mean, if he's willing to give it up. I mean, we have sought voluntary revocations before in other boards as well. If he doesn't want to do that, then yes, we're going to have to take it to formal hearing.
So can we give him a choice of giving it up or paying $50,000 fine?
$50,000 fine?
Well, some number.
I see, to kind of encourage that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly can't. I don't think, based upon this person's bad financial status at the moment, I doubt they'd fight.
Well, and I don't necessarily like the idea of I feel like I'm shaking somebody down with 50,000 like that.
I don't think he'd pay it. I just think.
Well, no, I get that, but I feel like that's kind of us. I don't feel comfortable necessarily with that action. I get the intent of it, but I just feel like when you start doing that, then I don't want him to go and borrow money from his mother for 50 grand so he can keep his life. We could end up in the wrong side of that situation is my problem, my point.
Are we trying to not revoke his license so that he can keep the insurance policy?
I was presenting these facts as I considered them to be mitigating with regard to the offense that this person committed. That's why I put the suspension. I am happy to do anything that the board wants.
Can we confirm that he would lose his insurance policy if?
I don't know how we could do that before tomorrow's meeting.
I don't really care about. I don't think that should be a consideration.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that should influence our decision. I was just wondering. I think his license should be revoked as well, but I was just wondering about that since he brought that up.
I think it would be helpful for us if he came and was here, and so if a formal hearing is a way to do that, it seems to me like that would be a good option.
We won't be here before the next meeting.
We'll take our gear with us.
That's true. So I'm entertaining a motion for number 28.
Make a motion that we revoke the license.
Want to include, so right now when you revoke a license, they can come back really at any time and request reinstatement. So you have the ability to revoke for up to 5 years. Do you want to set a time?
No, we went over this. Revoke is gone. The maximum time that we could suspend a license is 5 years. They can come back and reapply 1,000 times, and you can deny them the 1,000 times.
So they can come back
if they want to
at any
spend the
time.
money and the time to get the CPE and everything else.
So you get it revoked, how do you get it back?
I'm sorry, sir?
If it gets revoked, that's it, gone.
Right, until you have a reinstatement application like we have from Mr. Osborne that the board was looking at earlier today.
Start all over.
Do you have to have a formal hearing to do that, or can you just revoke the license?
We will have to seek, I believe we'll have to have a formal hearing, unless they agree to voluntarily revoke their license.
Which he may very well do. I mean, he doesn't want to go through a formal hearing, but if that's the process we have to go through to revoke the license, we need to have the authority to have a public hearing if that's what he wants to do. But somebody's a convicted felon. I think unless you can find recent precedent where we have done something less than that, I think we ought to revoke the license.
So we have a motion on the floor from Mr. Elmore. You want to have a revocation of the license. I want to confirm with the language just so we can get it correct on the motion. So I think it would be formal hearing for the revocation of respondent's CPA license with the authority to settle via consent order upon a voluntary revocation of the CPA license. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
the wording? Okay. So that would be the motion, Mr. Elmore. Does that satisfy you? All right. So we have a motion. Is there a second?
What that recommendation is going to, how that's going to read.
So the motion is formal hearing for the revocation of the respondent's CPA license with authority to settle via consent order upon the voluntary revocation of respondent's CPA license. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I'm assuming since Mr. Monroe's off the phone, we don't have to do roll call anymore. Is that correct? So all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Like sign? Okay, so we have one aye. So do we have to redo that, or? So it's me. Okay, so can we? All right. Do we need to
Let's do the vote again. Yeah.
All right. So the motion is formal hearing for the revocation of respondent's CPA license with authority to settle via consent order upon the voluntary revocation of respondent's CPA license. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Any other? I'm sorry. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, like sign. Ayes have it. Okay. All right, so recommended placement in litigation monitoring number 29, 30, and 31. Ben, would you mind giving us a heads up on these three cases that are combined on here?
Yes, sir. Let me just refresh my memory. Okay, yeah. Sorry, there's a lot of cases on this report. We received a complaint from a client. The client filed this complaint against both two CPA partners and the firm itself. In essence, it appears that the client's email account was hacked, and this fraudster began to utilize the client's emails to communicate with the CPA firm who had been charged with handling some of the financial aspects of for the client, basically the paying bills, credit card bills, cell phone bills, I think some taxes on homes and things of that nature. This client lives in the Caymans. He's relatively wealthy, and he traveled. He has an attorney in Austria, so forth and so on. So this fraudster was using his emails to then direct the CPA firm to initiate wire transfers to other places around the world. These ramped up significantly. I think there were 7 transfers within 6 weeks for a total of $870,000. And the only confirmation that the CPA firm had been utilizing was just through the email, so it's a closed loop. There wasn't a phone call being made or anything like that. The FBI is involved investigating how this particular, how the emails got hacked. The firm has hired their own hired an investigator to figure out if their information was hacked somehow, and we believe that there's going to be potential criminal and or civil litigation involved in this, and we believe that we would like to put it in litigation monitoring, probably have one of the board members review, and wait to see what happens with any of these cases if they get filed.
Thank you. Any discussion on numbers? This is again number 29, 30, and 31. It's combined. Seeing no discussion, I'll entertain a motion.
Move that we accept legal's recommendation.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. Ayes have it. Okay. All right, so then if we look at the representations, number 32 and 33 are combined, number 34 and number 35. All 4 of these cases have the same issue. They were originally presented to the board, originally put in litigation monitoring. The development in the case have been that there's been a settlement and that the respondents have been dismissed with prejudice. So the resulting recommendation from legal counsel for 32, 33, 34, and 35 is that we close the complaint. Any questions about any of those? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion.
I recommend that we accept legal counsel's recommendation.
That's on number 32, 33, 34, and 35, correct?
Yes.
All right, I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like, all right, motion carries. All right, number 36 is a little bit different. It's a representation as well. Ben, are you able to go through that one for us?
Yes, sir. Let me just read.
The big difference on this one, while you're reading through that, is that in addition to there being a settlement order in this case, the respondent has paid back fees for services rendered which led to the breach of contract case to begin with. Because there was more extensive facts, I figured it may be helpful just to get a real quick preview on what it was about.
In this case, the complainant was basically, it kind of started as a fee dispute, and then the complainant filed the complaint with us saying that there was bad work, lack of due professional care with regard to some tax work that the respondent had done for the complainant. A lawsuit was initiated, and the complainant lost and paid back all the money that was owed to the respondent, and therefore we were suggesting that we close this complaint.
Any questions? All right. Seeing no questions, I'll accept a motion on number 36.
I move we accept legal's recommendation on number 36.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, 36. Let's have it. Number 37. This was an issue related to failure to satisfy CPE obligations that was presented to us already. The respondent didn't respond to the initial audit, CPE audit that was noticed, that was labeled last notice. The new information is that the respondent has responded and provided documentation of taking the 94 hours of CPE during the audit period that was required. The board staff verified the courses and number of hours, and we figured out that the address we had on file was incorrect, and it's now correct. The respondent was apologetic. So legal recommends that we close this complaint and issue a letter of warning regarding maintaining current contact information with the board. Any questions about this? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion.
I'll move that we accept legal's recommendation on 37.
Have a motion on 37. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, 37 goes. Number 38, also representation. Similar to the last case, there was the respondent did not respond to an initial CPE audit notification or the quote last notice. The new information is that the respondent provided CPE records, which then brought his shortage down to 42 and a half hours. So still hasn't satisfied the fact that he or she has finished all of the hours that were supposed to be finished during the audit period. The respondent claimed not to have engaged in public accountancy in approximately 5 years and currently lives in Nevada. The respondent changed the status of his CPA license to inactive in June 2016 and has submitted a civil penalty of $1,000 in advance as a sign of his goodwill. So the recommendation is for a formal hearing for the revocation of the CPA license with the authority to settle via consent order upon the payment of the $1,000. Further, as part of the consent order, the respondent, upon application to make respondent's CPA license active, if he chose to do so in the future, will be required to submit proof of completion of the delinquent and penalty 42 and a half hours of CPE in addition to any other CPE required to bring the CPA license back to active status. Any questions? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion on 38.
I have one. Did he pay? Did it say that he already paid the civil penalty?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
So it wouldn't be
We've done this in the past where someone says that they don't use their license and they go, why would the board force me to go to CPE when I'm retired? So what we've done in the past is move this CPE to an additional requirement if they become active.
So
in the current recommendation to pay 1,000 in penalty?
it's not an additional 1,000. It's the
It's not an
1,000.
additional 1,000, but I have to have it in the consent. I mean, he's already paid it. We didn't ask him to. We didn't ask him to prepay. He just sent it in. But we'll have to have it in there, and we'll mark it as paid in the consent order.
Basically, what your recommendation
We're
is
just
saying is if we approve this, then everything's okay. I mean, until such time as he wanted to become active again, then that brings on some new requirements.
That's
But right
correct.
now, he can retire and be in Las Vegas, and it's not an issue.
Correct.
I'll accept a motion.
I'll move that we accept the current recommendation for number 38.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
A motion is second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, ayes have it. Number 39. 39, the original information is that the board staff opened a complaint, again arising from failure to satisfy CPE obligations resulting from the 2013 to 14 period audit. There was no response to the initial audit or the last notice. The new information is that upon the receipt of the initial consent order, the respondent contacted board counsel and informed that he retired from the practice of public accountancy and made his license inactive on January the 2nd, 2015. The respondent also provided a breakdown of approximately 11 and a half hours of CPE taken during the audited years. However, 48 of those hours, I don't understand.
We're checking that right now.
Is that 111
I believe it should be.
and a half? Although 48 of those hours were earned through a foreign sponsor in the United Kingdom that is neither registered with NASVA nor exempt from the registration requirements. The recommendation is for a formal hearing for the revocation of the CPA license with authority to settle via consent order upon the respondent's payment of $250 civil penalty. Further, as part of the consent order, the respondent, upon application to make the license active, shall be required to submit proof of completion of the delinquent and penalty 24 and a half hours. That's 16 and a half delinquent and 8 penalty hours of CPE in addition to any other CPE required to bring the license back to active status. Any questions?
What's the rationale for the 250 penalty?
Mr. Roberts, yes, you're correct. That was a typo. It shouldn't be 11.5. I think it's 115 is I think what it should have. Rationale was that this person had done 115 hours of CPE, not thinking that some of it wasn't going to be counted, and just a reduction. It's different than some of these other folks who, don't do any CPE whatsoever.
I've got a quick question. How do we miss that they went to inactive status on January the 2nd, 2015? It seems like, and maybe I don't have the information, but it seems like we were in an audit and then we sent out a nastygram after January the 2nd, but on January the 2nd, he changed his license to inactive. Is that how it happened, or did it happen a different way?
The audits happen typically a year later. I think Wendy can speak to that, but he was being audited for years that he was active. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm
it was
just
for 2013.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just saying if we sent out a letter after he went to inactive and we didn't recognize that in the letter, I just from an optics that may not look like we're on our P's and Q's as much. And I'm just wondering if that was the case.
Enough hours, we just disqualified.
Correct.
Some of it, right? In other words, I guess you'd only submit when we get selected for audit. We don't ask people for the number of hours they took, right?
They're selected for audit, they have to complete a CPE reporting
Right.
form. Which
But otherwise, you don't ask
No.
for anything. So
No.
we wouldn't know whether or not he was compliant or not.
Okay.
It just so happens he got selected for audit.
Right, and because he was active during the period, he was selected for audit, even though he went inactive after that period. So he still should have been in compliance.
So
It's just by chance that he got caught, in all honesty, right? I mean,
Yeah, the pool of those who were audited is those who were active during those years, not who's active now.
what do we select, like 10% or something like that?
Yes, 10%.
So how does this happen? I'm just wondering, not necessarily about this case, but if we opened the complaint on December the 15th and 11 and a half months earlier he went inactive, wouldn't we have seen that and would we not have altered our audit methodology for that person because
So
they're
you're
inactive
suggesting that because he went inactive, we should not have audited him?
now? I'm asking if we do. I mean, he went
We d- I
inactive
mean-
like 11 months before we picked him, opened
But the audit was for the period prior to him going inactive. So that's why he was selected. If you all don't want us selecting people who've changed their
not-
status after the fact.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm just was
Yeah.
interested.
So yes, he went inactive after the. So we audited from 13-14. So by 12/31/14, he should have gotten his 80 hours of CPE. On January 2nd, 2015, he went inactive. In April, we made an audit selection. He was included in that audit selection because he was active on 12/31. And so we did not then pull him because, in the meantime, he went inactive. If that's something, we should be doing, then we can certainly take that into consideration. That's not how we've been doing it in the past.
I was just wondering. Okay. Any
I
questions?
think because it pertains to the years they were practicing, it should be continued as is.
Seeing no further question, I'll entertain a motion on number 39.
That we accept legal counsel's recommendation on number 39.
Motion, is there a second on number 39?
Second.
Have a motion second. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed? Seeing none. Okay. Number 40, we have two more. Number 40, board staff opened a complaint against respondent for the use of a prohibited title or designation because of prohibited language in the respondent's sign and the respondent's lack of a firm permit. Photos and notarized affidavit of the prohibited sign were submitted as the basis for the complaint, and the respondent responded apologetically and stated it had contacted a sign company to have their sign changed. Doesn't have a firm permit, and respondent was previously issued a cease and desist letter in January 2014 for the exact same issue as this complaint. Originally, the recommendation, which we approved, was that there'd be a formal hearing for the imposition of a civil penalties with the authority to settle via consent order upon respondent's payment of a civil penalty in the amount of $1,500. If respondent removed the signage and provides proof of removal within 90 days of receipt of the consent order, or $3,000 for failure to remove the sign within 90 days of receipt of the consent order. The new information we received is that the respondent contacted the board, asserted that the respondent has not done business out of the location in over 2 years and currently only does taxes for a few friends and family. The respondent was upset and asserted that they moved out of state to care for their aging parents during this time period, and that they did not have the financial resources to both change the sign and pay a civil penalty. The legal counsel informed the respondent that he could not represent the matter to the board until the October meeting and could not give direction as to whether to change the sign prior to the representation, but nonetheless, the respondent has notified our counsel that the sign, in fact, has been removed and changed by taking off the offending language, and the board staff confirmed that it seemed as though no business had operated out of this office in some time. So now the recommendation is to close the complaint. Any questions? So what happened effectively was that they didn't pay the $3,000 and they waited more than 90 days to take the sign down, which is what.
Signs down. Don dropped by there, and it's basic. I mean, it's not it's not an active business whatsoever.
Right.
But the sign is down, and you know.
That was the goal.
That was the goal. You know, we got the sign down.
Did you pay the $1,500 or not?
No.
No. Okay.
I mean, they don't even live here. They live in Alabama, and they live with like their elderly parents, and they don't even operate. What we can tell.
Questions? All right, I'll entertain a motion for number 40.
I move we accept legal's recommendation for number 40.
A motion, is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion is second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, 40. So 41, the last one. This one is a little bit complicated, and I remember a good bit about it, I believe, from the last, but I asked Ben if he would kind of give us a recap, starting with what all has happened and kind of where we are now. And the reason why I did that is if you look into the new information, we're horse trading about how much money the fine needs to be. So just want to, I don't know that I've ever seen that before, but I'd like, if you don't mind presenting this, we'd appreciate it.
Sure, absolutely. The complaint was based upon a lawsuit filed by one of the respondent's clients against the respondent. In essence, there was not a lot of oversight with regard to some of the employees at this firm. They were paying their own cable bill with some of the client's monies and cell phone bill and things of that nature. That lawsuit ended up settling out with the respondent paying, I think, about $40,000, and then their insurance company paying about another $40,000 in damages and also some restitution. And we presented it to the board, and at the last presentation, the board kind of took my initial recommendation and kind of merged it a little bit together, and that you all wanted the managing partner to do 16 hours of CPE, a $5,000 civil penalty, which I initially had said $2,500 in the CPE, and then for the firm to develop a policy regarding oversight of services provided by the employees. Their they have not provided any mitigating factors. Their legal counsel initially came to me and asked for a $250 civil penalty and 8 hours of CPE, and I said I directed him to watch the board's discussion of the complaint at the last meeting, at which point in time he called back and said that, how about $3,500 in the full CPE? I said, that's pretty close, and the best I can do is bring it to the board and see what you all thought.
His offer then is $3,500.
Yes, sir.
To settle it, and yeah, okay.
So, two questions. One, has anything happened or has anything come to light in your discussions with them that somehow mitigates what we did? Is there anything that you know now that makes our reasoning for the $5,000 and all the other things unreasonable?
No, sir.
Have we ever seen this before?
I mean, it's not uncommon. I felt it was my obligation to bring this offer to you all for your decision. It's still formal discipline. It's still going to be published in the disciplinary action report. They still have to do the CPE. It's close enough to $5,000. If the board wants to turn this offer down, then certainly we'll pursue the initial $5,000 or go to a formal hearing. But whether the time and cost of money associated with that is worth the $1,500, that's your decision.
Problem is what precedent does it set for the future? I mean, that's really where I go to on stuff like this.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily have a problem with it's $1,500, and I understand that. Start assessing this, and people start seeing stuff like this, and it's like, hey, you go up there, you wheel and deal, and you get what you want. Now, it has been my experience when people show up for these complaints, we tend to reduce their fees when they come and appear, but. Maybe that's it. Maybe if he wants $3,500, maybe we make him appear here before us to explain his rationale.
I tend to agree with you. I mean, my point is that if there's additional information that somehow shows that either it wasn't as bad as it sounded when we looked at it, or if our reasoning was somehow flawed, then we can do it. And if I remember correctly, a lot of the times people show up, they tend to provide that additional information that helps us realize that. Because there's been no additional information presented, I would tend to say, look, we were glued in on this issue whenever we looked at it the first time. We were in a much better position to figure out what we thought an appropriate penalty was at that time than we are now. And I think that absent additional information, my position would be that we reject that and go back with where we are, and with the offer for him to come in before us and provide additional information if that's necessary, if he wants to do that. But that's just my thought, and I'm just one member of the committee. So.
Make a motion that we stay with our original decision.
Is there a second? Motion is second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? All right. That concludes the business that I have. Does anybody else have any additional business for the enforcement committee? Seeing none, we are adjourned.